1,494 years ago, in 532 AD, Constantinople erupted in the Nika riots, the bloodiest urban uprising in Roman history, sparked by rabid sports fans of the city's chariot racing factions, the Blues and the Greens. These weren't casuals. These weren't casual enthusiasts. The sports fans lived and died for their colors, turning the Hippodrome into a cauldron of factional violence that routinely spilled into street brawls, political intrigue, and even assassinations. The Holy Emperor Justinian I had been playing both sides to keep control, but tensions boiled over when city officials. Give me a second. Just want to check one thing. When city officials. That's right. Okay, it's working. When city officials arrested and executed a blue sports fan for murder and a green monk who escaped prison. On January 13th, the imprisoned leaders of both factions were paraded at the Hippodrome for trial. Instead of their usual rivalry, the sports fans chanted Nika, Greek for victory, uniting against the Emperor Justinian. The fans stormed out of the arena, freed the prisoners, and torched the city. They burned the Praetorium, the great church of Hagia Sophia, and much of the imperial palace district, reducing swaths of Constantinople to rubble over a week. Demanding tax relief and the dismissal of officials like John the Cappadocian and the Quaestor Tribonian, and even the ouster of Empress Theodora, the sports fans laid siege to the palace. Senators and elites, fearing Justinian's iron-fisted rule, backed the mob. On January 18th, the sports fans proclaimed Hypatius, a nephew of the former emperor Anastasius, as the new emperor in the Hippodrome. Justinian holed up in the palace with dwindling loyalists prepared to flee by sea. Theodora's legendary speech, "Purple makes the best shroud," steeled Justinian. He unleashed his generals, Belisarius and Mundus. Belisarius lured Hypatius's guards away, and then Mundus's troops stormed the Hippodrome from the south. Belisarius's men poured in from the north, trapping 30,000 sports fans. 30,000 sports fans in the arena. The soldiers slaughtered them methodically, spears, swords, fire, leaving the oval choked with corpses piled high. Hypatius was captured, interrogated, and executed despite his claims of being a reluctant puppet. Justinian executed hundreds of elite conspirators, including 2 nephews of Anastasius, and exiled or killed thousands more implicated blue and green sports fans. The aftermath reshaped the empire. Justinian rebuilt Constantinople grander than before, erecting the second Hagia Sophia, the Hagia Sophia we know today, and other wonders funded by seized rebel fortunes. He purged the factions, neutering the sports fans' power. Races continued, but under tighter imperial control, with no more unified revolts. The riots cost perhaps 50,000 lives total. Procopius, the court historian, tallied 30,000 in the Hippodrome alone, and exposed the fragility of urban mobs, but Justinian emerged stronger, launching his reconquest of the rest soon after. The sports fans learned the hard way. Unite against the throne, and the throne crushes you. And with that, we'll start our Superbowl Sportsball live Q&A session. Welcome, everybody. My name's Father Joseph Swaden. For those who don't know, I've worked in Orthodox Apologetics since 1998, and I'm the founder of NFTU, True Orthodox and Ecumenical News, since 2004. We've been in the apologetic space on Facebook since 2018, and on YouTube since 2018, and Facebook since 2016. And so if you appreciate what we do here, please like and subscribe. Today we do our live Q&A session where you can get your questions answered live, as well as member-requested video reviews. So let's get started. And as always, if you are not wanting to watch the Super Bowl right now, just remember, you don't have to. Just think, call in instead. Why not? You know, this is a live Q&A. If you click the link in the top of the YouTube chat, or if you click the StreamYard link in the X chat, or the link in Odyssey chat, you can join the show and say what you want to say. This is what we're here for. Ask questions. Let's talk about Orthodoxy. Let's talk about Jesus. Let's talk about something other than the stupidest event that has existed in sports history for the past 60 years. So that's if people want to go off, I don't even know. I think there's a blue team and a green team. I'm not even sure who's playing, but obviously St. Justinian's not around, so they'll survive. But anyway, let's get started. Member chat. Father Boniface says, Benedicite, Father. Ticon says, war on the terraces. Death to Compromise says, whoa. Yes, this is, we're getting started. And yeah, we are starting early because we are going to be on every minute that stupid game is on, so people can flee freely and they have us instead to come to. So again, this banner is going to be showing up a lot. It is, just it is what it is. So we're going to go. First off, I do want to switch up real quick. I missed someone last week in terms of donations. I want to thank Anonymous J for $57 last week. That put us just over our actual goal. Really appreciate it. I didn't realize it until I was reviewing my emails after the show that I missed one. So thank you for that. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about. Taylor Harden, Reader John says, bless Father, may God bless you in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Debt to Compromise says, so it was some uprising. Yes, that was the Nika riots, 1,494 years ago in 532. You can Google Nika riots and you can get it's very detailed. Basically, rabid sports fans had gone too far. They'd collected too much political power and they thought they could take out the emperor, and the emperor took them out. That's how that goes. So in any case, in honor of tonight's widely watched and pointless sports event, that will that is going to cover up the minds of people who should be focusing on the immense amount of evil that has been revealed in society so quickly in the past couple of weeks. And we get distracted with sports and a halftime show with a Latino guy in a dress. So, I mean, I can totally understand why people would not want to be dealing with the Super Bowl. So instead, Super Bowl fatigue, watch in, watch us, call in instead. Let's go. It is a live Q&A show. So just if you haven't yet and you want to come on, click the link in the top of the chat. I will be making references to the sports event over the night as it continues. I will probably be following things on Twitter, things you will not see, the score, the teams, because I don't care. They're not important in the grand scheme of things. There's the cultural issue with the communist guy in a dress who doing the halftime. That is an issue, and I have my drinks ready for 4 to 5 hours worth of this. So I am here for the whole time. We are not doing a 2-hour show today. We are going all the way to the end. So people have something else to do. So yeah, that's let's see here. Any big updates that I've got going on so far? Let's see. Well, let me think here before I go on any further. I'm gonna start by I'm gonna put on something I just watched on YouTube because I feel like it kind of relates. Let me just see here. Going to my history because I just watched this. This was a few hours ago. I really don't know who this guy is, but I guess I will. I'm gonna put that on the screen because this is about health and stuff, and I think that's important. Okay. Okay. All right. So, hey, guy, look, I get it, but stop auto playing. All right. So we're gonna put that in theater mode, and so I'm gonna put this on, and let's take a look and see here. Give me a moment. Share screen. This is an YouTuber named Davey504. And what are we talking about? Well, apparently
today's video is going to be a little bit different. No challenges, no beef with the internet, no checkmates. I just wanted to talk to you.
Why is it not sharing?
About something personal. And to be honest, I'm a bit nervous about making this video. I wasn't sure if this was something I wanted to talk about.
Why can't I share it? This is weird. Okay. And we're seeing comments. Let's see. Hopefully I'll be on much later, down with the bread and circus. Absolutely, Reader John. Hopefully we see you soon. So this is a guy. It's a guy who's right and says hello, greetings. As I mentioned, for anyone who is interested, this is we get it's going to be a long, miserable event. If you are tired of the Super Bowl and you want to watch and call in instead, one guy says, "I love bread and the circus." Okay, well, hey, that's just your opinion, man. Anderson Goncalves says, "Pray for us who get to hear all about the sports ball Goyam game tomorrow at work." Okay, let's watch this short video about this guy's diagnosis because it's kind of sad.
About publicly, but at the same time, I think sharing things like this can be important. Last year, I did my first full body health check. I actually never done one before, and one of the results came back a little unexpected. So I thought I would share with you, partly to keep myself accountable, and partly because maybe it's going to help someone else too. So most of the health results were fine, nothing too dramatic. I wish I could say I was diagnosed with a lack of SLEP, but unfortunately that's not the case. One test in particular, the bone density scan, was a little bit sus, and it turns out my bone density is lower than normal, and I was diagnosed with osteopenia. If you have never heard of it before, don't worry, me neither. But it basically means my bones are not as dense or strong as they should be, so they are not fragile enough to be called osteoporosis yet, but they're also not in the healthy zone anymore. It's like the warning screen before the real boss fight, and if you ignore it and do nothing, it can slowly develop into osteoporosis, which is when bones become very weak and more likely to break. And obviously this is not normal to have this at 31 years old, so technically my bones are not broken, but they're also not very enthusiastic about their job. You know all those jokes about turning 30 and suddenly feeling old overnight? I understand them now. My bones looked at my lifestyle and said, we are not investing in this guy long term. And now thinking about it, this joke I made in a recent short, I saw this. I must try it on base. Now, let me try with something not heavy first, like this stick. Doesn't look like a joke at all now, GG's. But the good news is that osteopenia is very manageable, especially if you catch it early, and that's what happened in my case. So the main advice my doctor gave me was to exercise more, build muscle, and just move more. So basically, slapping base less and go outside more. Unacceptable. So last year I started working out regularly, weights, training, proper routines, the whole package. And honestly, it felt great. But then I started to make videos consistently again. And I realized something about myself. I am very one-dimensional. I can't focus on two things at the same time. So if I try to train seriously and make videos seriously, I will just half-ass both, and then nothing improves. So I decided to be honest with myself. And that's why I wanted to just warn you that from time to time, I might miss one upload so I can focus on my health and my training. And I will still try to upload every weekend like usual. But if I disappear for a bit, I'm probably at the gym slapping those dumbbells. Also to motivate me even more, I'm gonna do a muscle reveal with 14 million subs. Yes, I'm serious. But on a side note, you have no idea how much food I need to eat in order to gain weight every single day. It's insane. Breakfast, second breakfast, pre-lunch, lunch, post-lunch, emotional snack, dinner, night snack. When I train, eating is basically a full-time job. Sometimes I'm not even hungry. At this point, my fork is getting more exercise than I am. But jokes aside, this whole situation made me realize something important. Health is not something you can ignore forever, especially when problems don't show obvious symptoms. I feel completely fine now. I have no pain, no warning signs, and still the test showed something wasn't right. So if there is something I want you to take from this video, it's this. You go get checked, take care of your body, especially if your jobs involve sitting for hours at your desk playing bass. Your future self will thank you.
Okay, anyone wondering why I'm playing that? I'm just going to spell it out because it will probably come up in conversation, etc. And the whole point is that guy has a really serious, he has really serious case of stuff. I discovered Thursday I have diabetes. So yeah, but that guy was way more interesting. So I thought I would put that up. Anyway, one thing I will say, let me see here, is I'm going to make sure to hammer this. I'm going to make this a regular exercise. Please like and subscribe. I thought I did a much better one. Oh, yeah, this one's better. If this is helpful to you, please like and subscribe. So today, again, it is our live Q&A show. Anyone can call in using the link in the chat, whether you're on X, whether you're on YouTube, whether you're on Odyssey. Just if you have questions, you want to talk about faith, you want to talk about issues, you want to talk about, anything but the Super Bowl, just call in and, talk with us instead. So that's going to be, kind of the thing. Let's see here. Ryden 19 as, okay, let me see if I missed anything before I do that. Okay, prayer for us to get to you about the Sportsball Goyam game tomorrow at work from Anderson College. Yep, you got it. Oh, Lord have mercy. I mean, the Super Bowl is rigged anyway. I don't know what to say. I mean, it's not wrong, but it's like, it's also kind of pointless. For those who noticed, I got my glasses repaired. Thank God. Ride 19 asks, do most GOCK priests in America work bivocationally? I'm gonna guess outside the monastics, probably. That's just standard procedure for most. I'd say most Orthodox clergy in any jurisdiction, but yeah, most of the GOCK priests, I believe, work they're either bivocational or they have a large enough parish to support them. So I've never broke it down or asked. I know priests who have a side job, and I know priests who have full parishes that support them. So it's either or. And so again, if you're putting in if you are putting in chat, I read all of them out. If you want them in big letters on the screen, that is, like this. That is for members and people who super chat. So if you are super chatting, that helps also. It helps pay the bills mostly because of the timing. So it's very, very useful for people who do. I have not mentioned my goal yet. I guess I will do that now. The goal, and I will elaborate on it slightly, is a little higher for two reasons. One, this is going to be a much longer show. And two, you all know about the cold front. We've been talking about the cold and the heavy snow in this area for probably like 2 weeks now, and it got really bad last week. And the car, because it's cold. It's like been like negative and sub-zero degrees a lot of the time. So about 5 days ago, and I haven't quite addressed this yet, but I'm going to have to at the repair shop tomorrow. I was opening the trunk for the car to get some groceries in it, and the mechanism around it, like that, kind of like the plate of the trunk opener, it just snapped. Like the whole thing snapped off, and I can't open my trunk, and it's broken. So I need to take that to the repair shop above and beyond the regular bills that are constantly popping up at all times everywhere. Well, I shouldn't have said it everywhere at all times. That's a wrong phrase for bills. They just come through the usual conduits: your mailbox, your email, your spam folder, etc. So the point is that, yes, the current goal is $500 for this show. Hopefully we make it, God willing. It's going to be a long show, so plenty of time. Whatever you can do to help, it's much appreciated. And so let's see here. Looking for questions and comments. It can be, related to Orthodoxy. It can be related to why you hate Sportsball. And that's fine. It's I'm gonna be putting this on the screen a lot. Because I know there's going to be just a lot of people who are going to turn around and go, you know what? I'm just so sick of this stupid game. And they're going to see us on the side. Maybe they'll click and say hello. Tikon F says, Father Bless, can you please speak on prostrations during the Divine Liturgy on Sundays? Are prostrations an acceptable practice during the Divine Liturgy outside of Forgiveness Sunday? My general answer is going to be no, because you're not supposed to do full kneeling on Sundays, ever. Little Wing with a member chat says, Father Bless, you are on early today. May God bless you in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Absolutely. We have timed this to coincide with a certain sports event. We're going direct head-to-head against the NFL. For all those people who don't want to watch the NFL, they can come here and they can talk to us about Orthodoxy, or they can talk to us about why they're sick of the NFL, you name it. So that banner is going to be popping up all the time. But this banner, the regular one, if you want to jump on stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. Feel free. And that's what we're going to be doing. So yeah, it's this is kind of a crazy day. Excellent with a member chat. You see how they pop up on the screen? That is because that goes to member chats and super chats. So if you are willing to get your super chat out there, to get your question on the screen, get your question prominently answered, then feel free, or if you just want to support the channel. And so, yeah, we're going on, and we're starting early. I will add, as always, cafe time. If you're trying to get registered at ufrosinoscafe.com, let us know in the comments, and I will get to work on putting that up. Some spicy chats this week. For those asking, the book is still 95% done. Unfortunately, I'm not even going to excuse it with like that I had to work on it. I didn't even open it. It has been one of those weeks that has been so crazy. I did not even get a chance to open it. I will hopefully do it next week. So let's see here. What else have we got going on? Taking a look here. We are open for any discussions. And once again, I will be putting this banner up quite a bit because it is important and, it's relevant. And if you are tired of the sports events and stuff, watch it and call us instead. Let's see here. Ryden19 says, any book or video recommendations on the GOC? I would probably recommend everything from Orthodox Traditionalist Publications. It's got a whole bunch of new and classical material that's been reprinted. It's really good stuff. Let me think here in terms of, video reviews, etc., things like that. There's our channel, but if you click on our channel's page, there's a whole bunch of recommended channels, over 25, plenty of video stuff to follow, everything from various priest sermons. There are live services. Even Father Boniface is starting to do live services. And I haven't, I'm wondering if he's going to pop up. Anyone can pop up. Just call in with the link at the top of the chat. So we are here for the full slog. We have started this, and we're going to go through the whole thing. Basically, we're going to, as I said, we're going to compete with the NFL today. So we are keeping this stream on until that garbage is over. For those wondering, this is a pink lemonade mix, and I have lots of it left. So let's see. I hate seeded bread says, and true Orthodox YouTubers you would recommend. As I mentioned, go to my channel page. There's like something like 35, 40 of them, and that's not all of them. There are a lot more, but as you get more into our kind of YouTube world, you'll find a lot more people. There's so many people, and I can't keep track of everyone, but those are some of my favorites and some of the bigger accounts. So definitely any channels that are on my front page, I just follow them all. Your entire life on YouTube shall change as you do that. So let's take a look here. What else have we got? Have you watched or heard of Old Calendar is Zealot on YouTube or TikTok? Yeah, we have. I would say that his fans kind of orbit this page, but he says a lot of crazy stuff, and sometimes he is just out there. He's just really out there. He's not, to my knowledge, he has still not been baptized. So he's not even a real Old Calendar is Zealot because he's not even part of the church yet. And I don't fault anyone who isn't yet part of the church. They should come and join it. But what do you think of him? I think he's an unbaptized person with a lot of zeal, not according to knowledge. I think he's jumped off the deep end and kind of created a parody of true Orthodoxy. And I don't recommend him. That's why he's not on my list of 30 to 40 different channels that you can join, because I'm not a fan. Let me think here. What else have we got? Let's see. Yeah, Little Wing with a member chat says, glory to God, Father Boniface services are precious, as I don't have a true Orthodox church to attend here. You guys should check them out. I agree. They are nice. They're just daily Western Rite services, morning and evening prayers, but they're definitely worth watching. Especially if you want to understand how a real Western Rite service sounds like, that's probably the best you can get right now. When I say real, I mean precism without the Roman Catholic and Anglican nonsense that most Western Rite stuff that's on the internet has. Prayan Ceasing says, Father, thoughts on what will happen to the MP Church in Ukraine post-war? Will OCU and UOC join? I don't know. I mean, both of these are acting as proxies for political organizations. And already you have people like Filaret Denisenko and his organization, the Kiev Patriarch, have pulled out of the OCU. And they're I think they kind of more represent, even though they're still humanist heretics, they still represent more of the opinion on the ground of the Ukrainian people than either side, the UOC or the OCU. Let me see here. Let's see. Yanakari says, Father, aside from the gospel, fathering tells Apoca church history, subdeacon Tara's history and resistance, and other. In your forthcoming book, is there a recommended reading list or even a required list you could recommend for those who are absolutely new to Christianity in general? No, I think if you're new to Christianity in general, the Keller history covers the history of Christianity pretty well, and so does the history of resistance in context of the scriptures themselves. And so, I mean, I think the value of those is so absolutely central to formation, to Christian formation, that I think what happens is this: there are more exhaustive kind of versions. Um, there are more exhaustive versions of histories, but really, if you get the basic details down, then you can actually analyze those point by points. He says he's under Bishop Amphilochius. Bishop Amphilochius of Larissa, as I understand, was a break-off off the Curikites, who were a break-off off the main Matthewite synod under Archbishop Stephanos of Athens. So it's kind of like a break-off of a break-off. Let's see. And okay, Ryden says he attended a GOCK parish. Him and the priest of that church had a bad relationship, and OCZ went under Amphilochius of Larissa. He didn't go under anything. And let me explain. If I remember correctly, OCZ, I think, lives, I want to say he lives in Australia or New Zealand or something. Basically, like, he decided on his own that Amphilochius was I think what he's doing the Gregory of Colorado thing, which is trying to find the most extreme version of anything you can find, and then you can say, I'm most right, even though you're probably wrong in a lot of things. But Amphilochius of Larissa obviously lives in Larissa, that is Greece. So the only way that he's going to get received is if he goes to Greece or a priest goes to him and receives him and baptizes him. Otherwise, he's just a guy making a claim. Like, he cannot definitively represent Metropolitan Amphilochius of Larissa, even as a layperson, because he's not under him. Philip Yankovic says, why did they break off? I'm going to be honest, I have no idea. One thing that I will say is that people who break off the Matthewite synods, for some reason, have very strange reasons to do it. And what I mean by that is that they don't sound like good reasons. Like the first group that broke off with Chrysostomos of Thebes in 1995, it was about icons of God the Father. And so the icons of God the Father, they were condemning their removal. But the problem is that the Matthewites under Archbishop Andreas were not actually removing any icons of God the Father. So they even issued a statement saying, we're not removing icons of God the Father. And the other group broke off anyway. And they're like, yes, they are, which never happened. So they exist under a false pretense. When Metropolitan Kyriakos separated from the synod under Archbishop Nicholas for like a year, and then he passed on, and then it was Archbishop Stephanos. His reasoning was some weird claim that Nicholas had introduced new doctrines, but he couldn't point to any. And then he started talking about like the Trinity as a family, which made no sense. And then he just broke off and did his own thing. Now, he did get in touch with another group in Russia or in Romania, I forget, Moldova maybe. And the point is, so he formed a separate synod, made new bishops, and some of them are, I would even say, are competent. But Amphilochius, I do not know why he broke off from the Kyrikite synod. It could be anything. Like, it could really be anything when you're dealing with that. Ryan 19 says exactly, haha. Yeah, so, that's kind of the thing. I hope that answers that question. Again, we are here to answer questions, take comments, challenges. If you are somebody who doesn't like Orthodoxy, you don't like the Super Bowl, but you want to tell me why I'm wrong as an Orthodox, call in. It's okay. This is an open live Q&A, and it is going on for every minute of that pointless, diabetes-inducing sports event. And as we know now, one of the things that's been big this weekend is there was another batch of Epstein files that was massive, or it might have been the same batch as last week. I forget. It's all a blur at this point. But the point is, people are realizing that right now the event that they're watching is being used for child sex trafficking. If that doesn't dawn and hit people, and they're still willing to say, okay, I'm going to watch this pointless sports event for two teams that mean nothing in my actual life, and a guy in a dress is going to be at the halftime, but also they're trafficking children to some of the people who are in that arena right now. I don't even know which one it is. That's shameful. That's awful. And so that is why we are taking a stand. We are here going to do the live Q&A the entire length of this event. And you guys are going to have to tell me when it's over because I'm not watching it. So I have no idea when. I know when it starts, but it can end at any given time. So, that's what we're going to have to do. Yep. 100%. Exactly. So that's why we're here. And thank you to everyone who is here. Once again, just so you know, my name is Father Joseph Swaden. Worked in Orthodox Apologetics since 1998. Founder of NFTU, True Orthodox and Ecumenical News since 2004. And we are here for live questions and answers. If you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. And once again, if you've got Superbowl fatigue, watch us and call in instead. So this is what we're doing. Let's see here. Reconquista Orthodox says, hello, Father. Hello, Reconquista. How's it going? Always happy to have everyone here. And let's see what happens. We're gonna go and let's see. I'm looking for more questions. People are asking questions already, and I am ready to answer any of them. And once again, if you are trying to if you're trying to get registered on the cafe or on universalnoscafe.com, let us know in the comments. If you want to jump on stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. Currently, there's no wait time, so that's great. And yeah, that's what we're doing today. So let's see here. I don't know. I mean, should I talk about CTE? I mean, what do we want to talk about today? Because this is kind of an open kind of. This is going to be a big show, and we can talk about anything. But we want to, let's keep it orthodox. Don't be weird. Or keep it orthodox, even sports related, or why sports is bad. I will go through it. We can go through all the things. Is the point? And so here we are, and we are moving at a breakneck pace. So this is where this is going. So let's see what's going on here. What else have we got? Once again, I don't feel like mentioning the goal yet, but I should. But I won't do that. But I will say, just help us keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at NFTU.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give Send Go. And let me see here what is going on in this. I'm looking in the Metropolitan chat. Okay, finally we have the February 2026 Ordo calendar. I've been calendarless for the past probably 3-4 days. Well, since February. So okay. Philip Yankovic says, what are your thoughts on being a stock trader as a profession as an Orthodox? I mean, as long as you're ethical, I don't, I'm not sure that's a big problem. Because like, for example, we're forbidden to bank at interest, etc. But that's not, putting money in the markets is something that is as old as the scriptures. So they were even that talks about that with the foolish servant, the one who buried the talents. That even he could have put it in the bank, but the point is that was the lowest grade option. The higher grade options would have been trading in the markets. So I'm not against stock trading as a profession. I will say it's not easy. Despite countless advertisements online that everyone can be a day trader, Trust me, everyone cannot be a day trader. And I will say that I'm concerned about professions that have variable returns, unless you're directly selling the items. So if you're, trying to make trades based on the price of grains or something like that, or on the price of coins or futures or company, it's a little trickier than actually just producing. And they like, and not, I personally recommend things that produce, or you're selling things of value. I mean, if you're willing to become a stock trader, I would say becoming like a real estate salesman or an insurance salesman. Not because stock trading is necessarily bad, although there are sectors of the stock trading economies that are bad. But I mean, it depends. If you're good at it, and you're not cheating anyone, and because sometimes stock traders will cheat their customers. If you don't do that, I mean, you're basically I think you're okay, but it's not the easiest road to go down. So I hope that helps, Philip. I don't know what your current career trajectory is, but I mean, it's that if you're doing it and it's working for you, then keep doing it. But just remember to retain, Christian ethics in the process. That goes for any job. That goes. It's like, I mean, but like it's like hard to be like unethical as a warehouse worker, for example, or as a door. Well, no, as a DoorDash driver, there are people who are unethical. They will eat the snacks. I recently saw a picture of somebody who scammed DoorDash using AI. They took a picture of the customer's doorstep with the bag on it, but then they kept the bag and ate it themselves. That's pretty awful. So don't do that. Once again, if you've got Super Bowl fatigue and you have had enough and don't want to deal with this stupid sports event, watch us in Collins instead, because we are here. We are here to keep things going and have a conversation. If you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. If you are on YouTube, click the StreamYard link if you are on X, and click the StreamYard link if you are on Odyssey. So we are live on all three. And let me see here. Philip says, thank you, brother. No problem. God bless you. And let's see what else we've got going here. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we're moving right along. We went without our usual intro music this week. We may have it outgoing, but because we just wanted to get right into it. And so let's see. As we I will mention this as if you are on YouTube, and this is helpful to you, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It really makes a difference. And oftentimes that is something that does not always happen. But if this is helpful, this is a great opportunity to like and subscribe. And it does help because it helps the algorithm, it helps us get found, so on and so forth. And we have a lot of people who don't want us found. And we've just added the NFL to that list probably. But anyway, the point is, I don't think they care enough about us. But yeah, if you want to jump on stream, ask a question, make a comment, issue a challenge, tell me why orthodoxy is wrong, please click the link to the top of the chat. Do it. This is a year of do it. We are getting things done. Let's get over to X right now, and I want to see what's going on. Okay, a bunch of notifications. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, this was a kind of a shocker. I'll go through some of the stranger and more horrible news that I've seen in my profile these days today. Apparently, this is kind of mind-blowing how much stuff is being found out, and people are getting to the point where they feel like they need to do something about it. So let me put this on the screen. This is going to shock people, I guess. Turns out that Steve Bannon of Trump and War Room fame was helping Epstein move money using World of Warcraft gold. Apparently, like this freaky guy was he used in-game cash for money laundering, but Steve Bannon helped him. And that's crazy. This is just some of the latest stuff that we've heard. me see what else we can find. It's just been insane. But one good thing that is happening is people are becoming aware. Um, yeah, it's insane. I'm trying to see what I can find because most recently this shocked me. Oh, and here's something. Just hold on. Let me. This is something I did want to share. Okay, let me just get to it first, though. So I have to get to. All right, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to move this screen, this here X Twitter screen. And let's see. We're going to go like this. And I'm going to start putting stuff full screen. And that way you guys can see it. Just for those wondering about why I keep mentioning the cross-dressing Latino halftime artist, it's not just as simple as he's some kind of weirdo. There's way more to it. And this shocked me. I found this out today. And then I had it fact-checked, and it was true. So here we go.
Bad Bunny is a plan. You know who's the owner of the Bad Bunny company? Rafael Jimenez Dan, vice president of the defense of Chavez in Venezuela.
You think he's a plant, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it is. Everybody is bland. You know, everybody is like this. Don't see the truth. They have a plan to destroy the democracy. They want everybody be comunista. Show me what happened with comunista in Venezuela or in Cuba or in Nicaragua. Show me what good do. Nothing. Bad Bunny is a...
Now, we could, if we wanted to be skeptical types, we could see whether or not this is actually factual. The fun part is, thanks to the wonders of AI, you can just click on this and it will double check. Did this guy lie? And it says, the post features a meme-style video clip edited from a TV show to claim Bad Bunny is a, quote, communist plant, alleging his label Rimas Entertainment is owned by Rafael Jimenez Dan, a former Venezuelan official under Hugo Chavez involved in defense and police reform. Bada bing, reports confirm Jimenez co-founded Rimas in 2004 after leaving Chavez's interior ministry in 2007. Critics link him to a program accused of issuing false IDs to Cuban agents and terrorists, though he denies participation and funded the label personally via U.S. loans. Timed for Bad Bunny's Superbowl halftime show today, the thread amplifies conservative fears of Venezuelan influence in U.S. pop culture, with replies citing Chavez ties and speculating on NFL psyops amid the artist's $300 million label valuation. So, yeah, it ties back to communism again. This is, unfortunately, this is the reality that we're living in, is that we are bombarded with attacks and all sorts of vile displays by actual communists. And that's not, this is just at the entertainment level. And we're not even, the whole, I've been so bombarded with information this week that I can't even imagine anyone bothering to watch the Super Bowl, but it is in fact happening. And that's why we're going to be here the whole time arguing against it and arguing against other stuff. But let me see if I can find what I was really looking for. That was a real shocker. From a few hours back, and I'm trying to see if I can find it. There's just so much crazy stuff. But let me see here. See. Okay. This is kind of the one that I was thinking about earlier. And for those following the Epstein files, I haven't seen everything on it. I have a bit of a surprise for you. Philip Yankovic was Father Seraphim Rosa Saint. I believe he was, yes. And even though our synod has not recognized it formally, other Orthodox synods have, and I would agree with them. And I have a feeling probably more synods will agree before long. So yeah, that is what I would say there, Philip. Let's take a look here. And so this was a shocker. Apparently, there was a U.S. Department of Justice investigation that was done on the Epstein co-conspirators. And there's like, it's 86 pages worth of co-conspirators that was done in 2019. They actually put up this file and then took it down shortly thereafter. Like, somebody is leaking from the DOJ, but because they feel like they have to, probably. And it's all becoming open. And I feel like in the next few days, things are gonna be a little bit more crazy. So yeah, be prepared for that. This is something that is gonna explode, and maybe it's time. Maybe a global pedophile ring needs to actually be extinguished, as opposed to simply reported on and ignored. And let's just for the sake of the children involved. But okay, so I imagine many people are like, okay, I didn't come here to watch Epstein stuff, because if people have Epstein fatigue, they're probably watching the Super Bowl. But for us, if you have Super Bowl fatigue, watch us and call in instead. Whatever your position is, whether you want to ask a question, be supportive, argue, tell me why I'm wrong, whatever it is, feel free to come in. And now at the 45, we're gonna, this is I would say, well, it's not the 45 yet. So let me think here, because I started. Yeah, well, it'd be the 45 for the hour, because we're at 7:17. So I'm gonna just bring up the stuff once again. Help keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at NFTU.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LDT, or XMAR, or Give Send Go. Just look in the description. Today's goal is going to be big. It is $500. Why? Because this is going to be an extremely long stream. We are just at the beginning of the stream. Anyone can jump on and go live. Why is it particularly so high? As I mentioned about just under a half hour ago, and I will mention this every hour. I'm not going to be constantly asking, but we're on the 45 of every kind of hour that we're on. Basically, because of the deep freeze you may know about that has occurred throughout much of the country and throughout Pennsylvania, the temperatures dropped below zero. On my Jeep, I was attempting to open the trunk to put in groceries, and the entire mechanism snapped off. So above my regular and usual bills, I have to take the car to the shop again. So that's why. And let me think here. I am purposely did not mention, my personal health issues, but I will say it just one more time, real quick. On Thursday, I found out I have type 2 diabetes. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But in any case, I'm going to throw that in. If it's for pity, yes, I will absolutely do that. I will admit it. Yes, I will grift for pity. But seriously, though, we can always use your help. But more importantly, that's not what we're here for. I mean, it's part of what we're here for. But what we're here for is to ask questions, make comments, get on the cafe, talk about why the NFL sucks, and maybe watch a documentary on CTE together. But otherwise, I'm just working towards that and trying to see what else we can do. I am solo so far today. Hopefully, Reader John or Father Boniface will pop on, God willing, and we will continue on. But other than that, let me just see here. So, we're covering things in rapid succession. We've covered the Nika riots. We've covered Jeffrey Epstein. We've covered Bad Bunny being a communist. We've covered, we've covered a lot. And one thing we haven't covered is a lot of apologetics. Because in order to do apologetics, one must have a ready answer to someone, but nobody has a challenge. So until someone has a challenge, I'm just sitting here, just like I as I put on the banner every Sunday, I'm just a big part of my life is searching for opponents, so that Orthodoxy can be glorified through opposition to false teaching. So if anyone can think of people that I should debate or I should argue with, I'd be glad to. I know that people have mentioned Alex Soren. I tried to reach out to him, but unfortunately, he was busy that day. Ridness, Father, what synod do you shepherd in? I am part of the Autonomous Orthodox Metropolia of North and South America and the British Isles. We are the remnant of the Milan Synod. And my bishop is Metropolitan John of New York and New Jersey, who is unfortunately, say a prayer for him. Also, they're kind of snowed in as well. The monastery is on a mountain, and so pray for someone to get some plows through, because that's something that they're going to need some help with. They had, I mean, the monks are all about survival, because monks generally are always like good on that stuff. But still, it would be helpful that road gets cleared. So say a quick prayer for them for that. And so let me see here. I hope that answers the question. I don't know if there's more I should add. I feel like every time I start talking about my synod, it's like advertising. And maybe I'm supposed to be doing that. Maybe I'm supposed to be advertising more. But I like advertising everybody, because I have I know a lot of people throughout True Orthodoxy, and they're great people, and so that's kind of the world I live in. So maybe I don't push our synod enough. I don't know. Maybe I'm not marketing properly, but this is kind of what I've been doing. Is this started to answer heterodox objections, and so there's probably lots of heterodox right now who hate the Super Bowl, who are just they're tired, and for them, I have to put this on the screen so people can know it's there, that you can watch us and call in instead, even if you want to disagree, even if you want to argue against. We did have that one Muslim guy, but I think I offended him because I muted him because he wouldn't stop talking, and somebody else came in to talk, and so we did have that one guy. But it is of course the year is still young, so who knows what's coming up next. We know that definitively some of the big Apologetics Inc. people are absolutely afraid of us, and so that's not going to happen, but we'll see. Or maybe it will. Maybe we can pressure them. Let's see here. Let's see. So, let's see if there's anything. What's new on YouTube that isn't based on the Super Bowl right now? Let's see if there's anything. Let's see. I'm going to go with live. Okay. NeedGod.net is live, but he's from the Philippines. What's he doing in the Philippines? Okay, let's see. Okay, that's music. Okay, yeah, nope, not it's a Super Bowl live stream, but it's probably not going to be any fun. Sportsball. Nancy Guthrie missing. Okay. I think this is crazy. It's one thing to watch the sports game, but Father Boniface is here. Welcome, Father Boniface.
Benedicite.
How's it going?
All right. Keep going. I'm missing the Super Bowl, man. I tell you.
Yeah. Oh,
I could care less, but anyway.
Well, this is mind blowing. I never thought I would see this. I assume it's existed in previous years, but in searching for Orthodox says early stream Spraznikum on the Holy New Martyrs and Confessions of Russia. Spraznikum, and Holy New Martyrs and Confessors praying to God for us. So it's a big day. It's a big day today. Way bigger than some stupid sports ball game. But if you want to watch perhaps the most, I can't believe I'm saying it's the most meta sports thing I've ever seen. Just give me a second. This is mind blowing. Hold on. I'm gonna put that on mute, but I'm gonna close the chat because that chat is gross. And instead of watching, the Super Bowl here, you can watch with us. Watch people watching the Super Bowl. It's the most exciting sport on earth, guys. Look at that movement. Um,
Well, you know what they say football is? What is it? 22 men badly in need of rest being watched by 100,000 people badly in need of exercise.
that one's good. Uh, I think the one that I thought was I think this is the I thought the best comment was probably by George Will, who was famously a baseball fan, and he said American football combines two of the worst things about America: violence and committee meetings. Yanakari says, I'm here now, Father, but when Bad Bunny started, wait, you want to go watch it? You want to go watch the man in the, do you want to go watch the man in the dress? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? We're not watching halftime shows. We're people watching right now. I mean, these are two exciting groups of people sitting there watching stuff. Ryden 19 says, what's up with Bad Bunny? He is he's a huge, I mean, he claims to be, heterosexual, but every concert that he can come up with, he pops up in a dress of some kind. And what is up with Bad Bunny? LOL, JK. Okay, no, yeah,
Well,
no.
it's a feminizing of sports.
Yep, it is. It absolutely is, and this is, it's it got me thinking because it was either was it last year or the year before when the Barbie movie came out. And a group of reviewers noted that it was becoming popular among the alt-right because it there was a kind of like a male revolt, and it was like the kids get introduced to patriarchy and stuff. And the more I started thinking about it, I thought, wow, if that's a symbol of manhood, probably the most effeminate battle scene in a movie I've ever seen, to the point of parody. How far has society been feminized? Like, that's terrifying. But yeah, so this is, this is as close as we're going to get to featuring a game as watching people watching the game, because this is something I've never seen before, and it's quite the interesting phenomenon. So yeah, who knows? In any case, again, I'm going to put that banner on the screen. And so if you've got Super Bowl fatigue, you've had enough, watch us and call in instead. We are here to answer questions. You want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link at the top of the chat. And and of course, I'm going to hammer this. I'm going to say it at least once every 20 minutes or so. But if this is helpful to you, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It really does help the algorithm and really helps the channel take off. So definitely that's something that we want to do. Let's see. Machi 70 says, Turning Point will give Bad Bunny a run for the money. You see, my view is this, and this is awful, but my view is that Turning Point making a halftime show, it doesn't solve the essential problem of people watching a game for 5 hours on Sunday. Like, the fact that they put this, first off, and this is true with a lot of sports leagues, they put their games on Sunday, which causes people to pay less attention to things like going to church, so on and so forth. Even on Thanksgiving, like they have to put their games so that people aren't focused on thanking God. They're focused on the game. They're focused on this. This is, it's kind of sad. So yeah, I mean, while on the one hand, Turning Point doing an alternative halftime show wasn't necessarily the worst idea. It wasn't a great idea either, because I'd rather burn the whole thing down. I don't think we need the Super Bowl. I remember it had to be about, I think it was like 9 or 10 years ago, when the big talk was about CTE and brain injury. Well, okay, Orthodox says, yes, modern day gladiators, which I'm guilty of for hockey. Well, hockey, it's unique in its own special way, in that it's really, needlessly violent. Like it's part of the sport. Like I was watching one video about this guy was interviewing different college sports teams, and he said when he got to the hockey team, he was surprised to find that everything that they were talking about was based on just how to hurt the other guy. Like it was not even based on playing the game. It was, and that's kind of classless. That's the way I look at it. So I don't. I'm not a big fan of it. I like referring to the Justinian option, which I did mention at the beginning of this broadcast, because it is a waste of time and money, and it causes people. I'm again, if you're watching on a Saturday, you're not interrupting your church schedule, fine, okay, But the problem is that these companies, these consortiums, they put this stuff on Sundays precisely so people will ignore God. This is why actually many, I don't know, a lot of people don't even realize it. Okay, and with a member chat, Little Wing says Antichrist social engineering, and Orthodox says it is an addiction. Well, here's the funny part. Like, for example, I used to be a huge association football or soccer fan. Did you know that most of the early association football teams started in Masonic lodges? Like, that's where they started playing, like outside of Masonic lodges. And this is a constant pattern, especially among the low level Masons, that even if they don't, they're not fully indoctrinated into the occult, etc. Like there is a Masonic lodge that is a Black Masonic lodge that's not far from me, and what they do is they have Sunday barbecues in the summer, and they have them right outside the church. So people who would normally there's a Black Baptist church that's like a block and a half away that's really big. So the idea is they hold their barbecues at the same time as the church services, so people smell the barbecues and don't go to church. Now, I'm not saying that Baptist churches are any great worshiping, but you can see the constant pattern on the Masons' part of finding ways to undermine the Lord's Day. And when I was more involved in the soccer scene, etc., I'm not going to name names, but there were well-ranked Masons of different kinds who were behind the scenes trying to push this, because the whole idea was Sunday isn't the Lord's Day. The Sunday should just be man's day. And this is kind of one thing that they promote. So even at the top levels, there's still a spiritual aspect to this. And it's to turn these people that you're seeing here from worshipers in church to this. Like just bored people staring and hoping for something to happen. Oh, wow. Okay. Go ahead, Father.
I played soccer. Well, I played Little League baseball. I played soccer in junior high and high school. I played ice hockey for about 4 years in high school and 1 year out. When I'm 70 years old, I mean, I remember the days when all the stores were closed on Sunday.
Yeah. People
and
forget.
So,
I remember that too. And that was probably and I only remember that happening from my childhood. So maybe by age 10, stores were suddenly open. And it was something that was very weird to me. But I remember as a little kid that, Sundays, everything was closed. And then suddenly Sunday, they made it so everything was open. Hold on one second. First off, thank you so much for the first member chat of the night. $4.99 from Pray Unceasing says, any debates with World Orthodox in the works this year? You or OTP should debate Father Peter Hears. What's going to happen? I hate to break it to people, but what has to happen if you want to see these kinds of debates happen? You have to push on their side, or we have to find big platforms to even make the idea known, because they don't want to do that. Their kind of behavior and their kind of modus operandi has been to try to deplatform us. And so last year, when we did our campaign to debate Jay Dyer, and we had the support of Vocab Malone, who was willing to host the debate. Jay Dyer ducked out, chickened out 10 different ways, lied about us, said we're 5 people in a trailer, all these stupid things. It tarnished his credibility, but he was willing to take it because he knew at least he just had to survive the 90 days, and there would be, no debate, and he'd be good. So if people want that to happen, they have to keep pushing. This was something that that's how kind of we got on the map with the Crucible debate. But that was because a lot of people were pushing for it, and it made them question. And so they said, "Sure, let's try it." So thank you for that. And we will add that first. So we are finally on the board for the first time today. So let me quickly update that on the screen. Give me a moment. And that's from Fran Ceasing. So we're going to say, P, $5. And we are now $5 on the board. We are 1% of the way there, but we have a long night ahead. And so this is hopefully we're gonna see some things going on. So let's mark that up. As I mentioned, gotta fix the car, and I have bills as always. So now we are at $4.95 for the goal. 1 second, and let's see. We have a Little Wing with a member chat. Look at all those people drinking alcohol in a bar, watching this nonsense. That place is packed, and it's just one across the country. Yeah, there's another one in the little screen that I think is for the other team, and it's a bunch of bored people there too. Yeah, they're scared.
I was going to mention that, and she brought it up, but it's like they have all of these people watching from the new chapel, the new church, the sports bar.
Yeah,
that's their new gathering. That's their new assembly place. Is a sports bar,
and so
shame. That's replacing the church.
And that is a shame. That's something we need to fight vigorously against. It's something that needs to, it needs to change. It needs to stop. And so that is again, this is why we're doing this show, and we're starting so early. If you have Super Bowl fatigue, you don't want to talk about the sports ball anymore. Watch us and call in instead. So that's kind of where we're at.
My question would be, how many churches are worth going to now? You see, they're competing against the bars. What are they offering to people outside of the bar to go to?
Absolutely. No, that's really on point, Father, when you think about it, because I will say this. When I was in college, I remember this. They had a Super Bowl mass. I was a Roman Catholic then, right before I became Orthodox, and they had a Super Bowl mass. They were telling everyone to wear their jerseys to the mass. Like, I'm like sitting here like you have bowed down to the NFL basically at that point. And if people are doing that, it's extraordinarily destructive. This multi-billion-dollar corporation, which they have there. I don't know. Did you? There was a mention. Robert Kraft, I think, made another one of these anti-Semitism ads. Like we could actually. Let me see if I can find that. Give me a second, because that's just crazy stuff. Whoa, Nick. Okay. Well, thank you, Nicholas Thomason, 8367. Picking up from last week. Thank you so much for the $5. And Jack Cole, thank you. Wow. Thank you again. $10. Thank you for your hard work, Father. Not a problem. Let's put these on the board. And so this is our scoreboard here, and it's whether we make the goal. As I mentioned, car issues. So we are going to add. Hold on. Okay. First off. Nicholas is for 5, and then there was let me see here, Jack Cole for 10. And so this is great. So we have now jumped up to $20. We're down to $4.80 for the night. So this is where we are, and as you can see, the crowd is clearly excited at us raising funds for the goal. And they look like they're almost like they're like half veering towards sleep. Like there's no movement here. It's really funny. But in any case, so once again, this is our Super Bowl Sportsball live Q&A. So if you've got Super Bowl fatigue, watch us, call in instead. And yeah, so it's crazy that you watched it much more clearly because you have more experience in the culture before, say, like in 1988 or in 1989. I was, in 1989, I was like 14 years old. So, for me, it was a very short period where it seemed like people took Sunday seriously, they took God seriously, they took the faith seriously, and then it just disappeared. And this became The events like the Super Bowl became like the big events, and suddenly people weren't talking about Pascha and Christmas. They were talking about Super Bowl. Oh, okay, whoa, Nicholas Thomason again for $5 says, I agree with you, Father. Keep it up. We are now moving into new territory as we have now jumped to 475. So let's put that on the board. And so we are now at $25 for the night. And so that will be helpful for the car repair. Again, now remember, YouTube does take out 30% off Super Chats. So if anyone wants to give direct help through PayPal or Cash App, just go to NFTU.net. You can also use links here in the bottom of the description. Let me see. Did I even put links in the bottom of the description? I'm wondering if I did. Now I'm a little bit nervous. Give me 1 second. I mean, I should have. Let's see here. Yep, I still have that. So, of course, you can donate at Give, Send, Go, or you can go to NFTU.net if you want to donate directly using PayPal or Cash App. We really do appreciate it. One unmentioned debt issue I had was with Cash App. I had taken a loan, and so they basically hit me for like $112 this week. And so that's just... it's cleared, and I'm never going to use it again because it was downright predatory. They were doing $5 interest on like a $60 loan. And so, yeah, it was pretty bad. So never touching that again. And so, yeah, I mean, you had more experience before it all became dark and perverse. But it used to at least be semi-tolerable. Like, people really believed in church and going, you'd see things about miraculous icons on the news. That's something that's just not, they don't even cover it anymore. They literally, there was a I think it was the Grammys happened recently, which, I forget which award show, but there was a singer who came on and she actually thanked Jesus Christ, and they actually blotted out the name. So it's like, she's like, I would like to thank Jesus Christ, and they were like, I would like to. And I mean, wow. That's great. That's evil. Like, that's the level that we're at. Like, they're openly being evil now, and so the whole point is
that's a violation of freedom of speech.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's it's disgusting that this is kind of the way the times are, but we have to fight back. And so, yeah, that's part of the reason why we are here for the entirety of this enormously stupid game, to talk about things, talk about orthodoxy, talk about the problems and the evils of the modern sports world and other things in the modern world, and as always, answer questions and comments and challenges. So hopefully, until someone calls in for a comment, challenge, etc., we will have these incredibly interesting and excited people. They're just jumping. Look at how excited they are for their team. They're going crazy. Now they'll go crazy once something happens in the game, which happens I think 6 times depending on what it is. And then they'll jump up and down and then sit back down and stuff. Yeah, wow is right. I couldn't tell. I can't tell whether they're watching a game or they are waiting for their order. It looks like a lot of people just waiting to chow down, and
I'll say this about America is so sports oriented, but in my experience, I grew up with all these things and I did them. I played Little League and, like I said, soccer, hockey, and it's like I ended up working with an Amish crew out in Lancaster County, and I had the leader, the foreman of the crew, who was busy making estimates. I worked on a paint crew painting farms, the silos, the big barns, and I drove the double axle truck. I drove the truck for them because they can't drive, so I had to drive the truck for them. Anyway. But I've got this, the foreman, he estimates these big jobs. He's on top of the ladder spraying the top of the silo, all right? And he's 22 years old. And I look to myself, and I forgot what I was about that time, maybe 33, 34,
Okay.
and 35 maybe. And then I'm thinking, I spent so many years doing sports when it would have been nice if I had been in the trades, learning the trade.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That's actually true. Now, I understand sports with little kids, etc. Kids like playing games, but yeah, imagine if we were doing things like training with the trades, etc. And like, you had kids working on, real things. It would be kind of amazing.
The Amish do that. They got their kids watching mom and dad at a very early stage, watching what they're doing. And you're just learning by just watching until you can get old enough to handle the machinery. But,
Yeah.
and so, and now we've come to the point in America where kids aren't allowed to do much of anything, let's say up to a certain age, because of insurance laws and child labor laws, not prohibiting children to do a lot of things. And granted, some things can be dangerous, but on the other hand, if you teach responsibility and, if a father's in control, he's not going to put his son or daughter out to risk necessarily, So in other words, the whole culture is now shifting from and that's why we got so many young people that don't know how to make a living. They're unprepared. They're unskilled. And so I just said, wow, I could, kick a soccer ball. I could put a hockey puck through the net, and whoop-de-doo. How did that benefit me towards making a living?
Yeah.
All those hours spent, basketball, all that time spent, if I had put that into learning a trade or learning something, whatever the trade was, whether it be, blue collar or white collar, nevertheless, I would have been advanced. And I think that's what our country was founded on. We had, the family operation and the children were learning. And, even in old times, children married earlier. They were more mature. And so then we replaced it with sports, and sports becomes like the new masculinity, and then they Christianize it with the glorification of Christians in sports. And again, they're violating the Sabbath day, of necessity, to make a living, and then of course you said the violence. When I was playing hockey, it was a time with the Philadelphia Flyers, who were called the Broad Street Bullies. And because their way of fighting their games was to go beat the other guy up, bully them, intimidate them physically. And I see that, and I got pretty disgusted with it in a way, because I saw guys in my own hockey team doing stuff that wasn't finesse, it wasn't skill, it was going out to bully people. And I even saw one guy take a skate blade to a guy, and it's like, man, that's a crime. And so therefore, and so then I had one guy in a hockey team. The coach says, "Go out and fight that guy," and he'd already lost an eye, and so he'd go out and fight this guy. It's like he lost one eye, and he's going to go out and fight a guy and put himself at risk and that kind of stuff.
Wow.
And lost his eye through a hockey injury. And so then guys get injured in sports, which can be an injury for life. And so what good was that? So it's this whole deification, glorification of sports, which is out of order now.
Absolutely.
And it's getting worse, like they're happening now. They're feminizing it. They're homosexualizing it. Now they got this movie, this thing about the hockey guys, male hockey guys, in a relationship. And it's it's disgusting. Of course, that's not to say, though, that there were, a lot of hockey guys back in my time, the pros, were womanizers and stuff like that. I mean, it was quite broadcast. And now in soccer, I'll say one other thing is soccer, You know what they have now. I watch World Cup I mean, I don't watch it much anymore, but I see these
I
shorts
still watch the
sometimes.
World Cup sometimes, yeah. But
Yeah. I mean, I like the best soccer, but I want to tell you something. Those guys cheat like crazy.
yeah.
You know, they're pulling each other's shirts, or they're cheating like crazy, and so you know, it's like, how about an honest game every now and then? And then the theatrics that they do, you know, they get hit and then they lie down and moan and groan as if they're fine, but they acted out that.
I will say
It's
there
funny.
is a lot of acting in football, in soccer, but I will say that was probably the last major game of soccer that I watched. I don't know if you remember the World Cup final between Argentina and Germany a few years ago, but as my father's from Argentina, I was always supporting Argentina's team, and they always played beautiful soccer, you know, whether it was Maradona, etc. But when they played against the Germans were very, very well organized. And I saw, you know, the team that I had grown up, almost idolizing, doing things I never expected. I forget which of the players got literally smashed with an elbow in the head, and you could tell he was concussed. The guy was like walking around in a daze. He didn't fall down. He just kind of tried to walk it off. And like, that's, to see that was shameful. And it was actually kind of like, I was like, I'm done with this. If my dad's country is this awful, like, where's their hope for the sport anywhere? Let me see here. Debt to Compromise says sport where masculinity becomes a game. Absolutely true. Emotionally Unpersuaded said, why are we watching this right now? What is the spiritual benefit? Well, my thinking on this, I don't know if I would call it a spiritual benefit, but a practical benefit is to show the sports viewer what they look like. And they are not the people on the screen. They are people in a restaurant getting fat and not moving. So that was the logic behind that. It's to remind us that most of the people involved with this are actually just getting physically worse. Once again, this is the Super Bowl Sportsball live Q&A session. So if you have Super Bowl fatigue, watch us and call in instead. And so let's take a look here. So we're looking for questions, comments, you name it. You can call in if you want. If you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link at the top of the chat. And so we're going on. Now, I will say that in scanning YouTube, it would appear that the TPUSA All-American halftime show is starting in 7 minutes. This tells me that this has been a really uneventful game. I don't even have to watch it to know that. But if halftime is like literally 7 minutes away, then that means that this might be a very short and boring game, and I don't even have to know who's playing. Like, that's how little I need to know to continue on. Once again, just to remind everyone, our goal is a little high today because this is going to be an extra long show, and more importantly, I had the issue with the car, when opening the trunk because of the cold snap that we've been in. The trunk latch assembly just snapped, and so I have to get that fixed. So if it looks high, it is high, but I am being ambitious about it. The goal is $475 right now. We are currently up by 25 with $25 in super chats. Thank you so much for helping keep the lights on. And once again, if possible, go to NFTU and use PayPal or Cash App if you want to do direct donation. Also, there's Give, Send, Go. It does take the longest, but it has the lowest fees, so that also helps. Let's see here. So again, if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just remember, you can always click the link at the top of the chat, and we're going to be here for the entire game. Usually those can last up to 4 hours. That's kind of what we're expecting here. We are just about in the first, we're 35 minutes away from being in the third hour. And so that is actually when the show normally starts. And then we will be going on continuously from there. So this is, we're going up against the NFL, and I will say generally we've had about 50, sometimes even a little bit more people on the stream. So people are legit Super Bowl fatigued. And so we'll see how many come in as we go to our regular schedule time. And so, yeah, if you have questions, comments, challenges, whether it's about Orthodoxy, whether it's about Christianity, whether it's you name it, we're ready to talk about it. And once again, if you have sports ball fatigue, you can watch us and call in and express that frustration. We are here to answer. So let's take a look here. What else we've got going on? Any new?
You know what's interesting is that the reading for today in our mass, the epistle was 1 Corinthians chapter 9, starting at verse 24.
Now
Know ye not that they which... Go ahead.
Just a note, that's for the Western Rite, correct?
Yes, Western Rite. Know ye not
that
they which run in a race run all, but one receiveth the prize? So run that ye may obtain. And every man that striveth for the mastery is temperate in all things. Now they do it to obtain a corruptible crown. He's talking about the Olympics. But we an incorruptible. I therefore so run, not as uncertainly, so fight I not as one beating the air, but I keep under my body and bring it under subjection. So the Apostle Paul is using athletic language to say that he's being athletic by keeping his body disciplined and under subjection, that the passions would not rule his life. But he's just saying that these Olympiads and these athletes strive for a corruptible crown. They could win a Super Bowl, but you know what? Big deal. They'll have it for a year, and then someone else will get it, whether it's that or the Stanley Cup or whatever. Whatever prize, it's corruptible. It just, and the next day, okay, so what?
Well, I want to segue that real quick, because one thing I will say that's very interesting, because you mentioned this was, he was comparing it to the Olympics and the corruptible prize, etc. After the state became Christian, I think it was Emperor Theodosius who canceled the Olympics on account that it was too pagan. And so we only really brought it back like in the late 1800s. And, 100 years later, this is what the Winter Olympics looks like right now. I'm not kidding. This was their opening ceremony. I mean, they're not making it less obvious. It's, you're seeing, right, that's a giant pentagram in the opening ceremonies of the Winter Olympics going right now.
That is unbelievable.
First they had the blasphemous, sodomite Last Supper mockery last year. Now this time they're just, let's just put a giant pentagram on and then light candles around. I'm like, how much more can they say more obviously that this is their way of saying we hate Christianity, we hate God, we want to go back to the old gods and demons and all that stuff. Like it's insane how quickly it's devolved from, hey, let's bring back an international sports Olympics to this. And
even it was even in the news, the American team is questioning why they should be playing for America when America is so horrible in its politics and in its events that are happening in the country with ICE and stuff like that. And so they're criticizing their own government. And it's like, so then the U.S. Olympic team is being demoralized, despiritized, so that what's the use of giving yourself to this, giving your body for years of discipline for what? And so there you go again. It's like, crash go the idols. The sports idols are dying. They're fallible. And not only that, look what they're doing now. It's satanic. And so do you want to give yourself to that kind of a lifestyle? And give on the years that these athletes give themselves to this stuff? And
it's not worth it.
Man.
Little Wing with member chat says they aren't even hiding it anymore. Absolutely true. This is, it's all around. I know the Olympics started like a day or two ago, so I wasn't covering it immediately, and this was more for our own American, demonic stuff that we've got going on. But I did want to reference that, they do have the worldwide demonic stuff also. So once again, if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. We are here again, the entirety of this Superbolic thing I also have to mention, if you want to just get off of video and want to talk on a forum and hash it out and talk about orthodoxy, there is the Euphrosinos Cafe. And if you are trying to get registered at euphrosinoscafe.com, let us know in the comments and we will make sure to approve you. Once again, let me see here. I know believe it or not, I know that they're going to the halftime show because the TPUSA halftime show is starting. So once again, I want to bring up, is this the gayest halftime show ever? For those wondering, I don't know if it's going to happen tonight. I feel like there's a 95% chance it's going to happen tonight, that Americans will be subjected to a halftime show with a man rapping in a dress. And unfortunately, this is the level of debauchery. This is the level of moral malignancy that we have reached, that people are willing to tolerate this. I would say two generations ago, they would have emptied the arena if they saw that. And this is where we are.
for sure.
Yeah.
And now they got that one soccer team with their uniforms are pink.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's is it a women's team?
No, Messi, one of the most famous soccer players of all now.
Wait, he's in the US with MLS. So the LA Galaxy? They changed to a pink uniform?
I don't know. When he's played international football, soccer that is, they got a team that's in pink. And I didn't take the time to look at who it is. I just maybe watch his skill, and it's amazing, but then I just flipped the channel. But I mean, like, they got these guys wearing pink, and it's like, would I want to play on a team that's wearing pink? I said, no, I'm not going to do that. Give me another team somewhere. I'm sorry, I'm leaving. But that's not them.
Nicholas Thomason with a member chat for $5. The music industry is also this corrupt. Look at Taylor Swift and Lady Gaga. You don't even have to tell me. My personal go-to website for learning about all the perversion in the music industry and how weird and sick it is. And they're even delving a little into the Epstein documents. Go to vigilancecitizen.com. While I don't know the guy personally, it's an excellent website, an incredible resource that basically makes what's the word I'm looking for? He covers the conspiracies, the occult and demonic natures of the music industry and of the movie industry, and makes Jay Dyer look like an amateur. So go to vigilancecitizen.com if you haven't already, and you can learn a lot more.
Well, the Satanism has been in the rock groups since the 60s. And if you followed them at all, I mean, the Beatles and the Stones were starting to really come out with it. Yeah. Sympathy for the Devil, or Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, with the picture on the album with all those occultic figures, Aleister McLean or whatever it was, and Anton LaVey.
Aleister Crowley and
Aleister Crowley, yeah.
I mean, what you mean? Ozzy Osbourne at least claimed to find Christ at the end of his life, but I mean, for a guy who wrote Mr. Crowley, that's a bit of a crawl back up, isn't it?
Yeah.
So thank you again, Nicholas, for that $5 donation, helping keeping it up. Our goal is at 470. We're currently at 30. Hopefully, we can see some jumps. But anyway, the music industry has been this way for almost a century at this point.
Oh yeah, a long time. Yep. Really.
And it's the perversion, occult themes, etc. We were seeing that especially it started really in the 1960s with the drug revolution, and the CIA was involved with that as well, because Timothy Leary crosses both worlds. It's absolutely insane that this is kind of the evil that we're dealing with. It's all out in the open, whereas it used to be like people. I mean, it was kind of out in the open then, but most people would be like, "Oh, you're being a paranoid person or conspiracy theorist," or and then the truth comes out. Now it's out in the open. I mean, we have pentagrams at the Olympics, and we have cross-dressing halftime show. I mean, they're not hiding it anymore. And so this is really the moment where I think we're going to need to be more proactive in answering them. I mean, just the Epstein files themselves indicates that, hey, we're being ruled by a cabal of satanic pedophiles.
Definitely.
So we need to stop them.
It's serious.
Yeah, because
It's serious. When you got the leadership of your country that can exploit women and children the way they do, they can exploit you. You cannot
Exactly.
divorce their conduct from their policies. People think you can, that some political policy is moral and without corruption. That is not true. If they can do it to their own children, their own parents, or elderly people, whatever, some of these people have done, they can do it to you, and they are
Absolutely
doing
true.
it to you.
Absolutely
That's a fact. They are doing it to you.
Amen to that.
They just got you sedated. Just go watch it. Just go to the Super Bowl and drink your beer and smoke your marijuana. And we hope that law gets passed, here in Florida, and so that we can feed Morgan and Morgan with their monopoly on the market. There's a lot of corruption out there. And so therefore, just that's what they're doing. And so these are judgments. People got to be careful. These are judgments of God. It's very extremely dangerous. And it's basically saying we need to really, remove ourselves from this culture big time. And
there's no way we can coexist with these people knowing what we know. It's just that simple. Little Wing with a member chat says, we're the same age, Father Boniface, similar experience of the era. So that's unfortunately it's true. This is where we are. And so as I mentioned, you can't coexist with satanic pedophiles. It doesn't work. So this is we'll see. We're going to see what happens. Thomas Massey said yesterday that if the Department of Justice doesn't release the names of the people in the Epstein network, he'll publicly read them out himself. And so I don't know what's going to happen.
And they've redacted and they've wiped out a lot of the names too. They're not coughing them up. And so, and by the way, the TPUSA is very questionable. I've heard some stuff about the Erica Kirk. What was she, Miss Arizona?
She was. She was part of a defense family, a defense contractor family. So she's been in the political sphere since her childhood.
And so she was judged by Donald Trump at one of those beauty pageants?
I think so. I'm not sure if she was in the Trump organization. I think that was I forget if that was a state beauty pageant or that was a Trump one. I know that there must have been, I think Trump was connected to it somehow, but I don't think he had anything to do with, for example, like arranging marriage with Charlie Kirk or anything like that.
Yeah,
let me see what we got here. We got comments. Nicholas Thomason 83 says the Beatles and the hippie movement, all degenerate. Very true. Nicholas Thomason asks you, Father Boniface, can you tell us about the hippie movement or what was your experience with it?
Well, obviously, I was on the younger side of it. The hippie movement, 70s. I was 16, 17, 15, 14, but it was demoralization. It was, turn on, tune in, drop out. It was all negativity. It was all against manhood, against a work ethic. It was lazy, smoke your marijuana, do nothing, accomplish nothing, and be depressed. And then the Vietnam War comes up, and it's like 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? So there was the values of America were crashing. And so, I look at it like the songs we all come to look for America. Well, America has no identity because it has no God, and it didn't have a God from the very beginning because the First Amendment took out an establishment of religion. And so America is basically a free-floating, hug everyone, Masonic kind of a faith where there's no solid God except the Masonic idea. It's all in a flux, but it ends up the flux being the devil. And so you had a spirit of depression and an attack on authority. And so everyone is walking around in a depressed phase with the lack of morality, which affected everybody. The immorality was rampant in the high schools and junior high. And, and I think, to tell you the truth, I think that co-education is wrong. I think the boys should be in a boys' school and the girls should be in a girls' school. And when you're in junior high and high school, you don't need to be paying attention to the opposite sex. You need to be paying attention to your learning and getting your life in order, and then elsewhere. So I mean, it's just a tremendous demoralizing time that affected so many people. And then abortion comes in, in '73, and so, it was a horrible time, and we're in the consequences of it now. It's even worse now because everybody's living under the consequences. You've got people who have had abortions, and their children now are affected by that, and the whole spirit of it. People don't understand. The spirit of abortion is a spirit where I can kill somebody and get away with it. And then how does that affect your community? How does that affect your home life? I know how it affects it. And so, in the past in my family, I'm not going to get into it, but it was affected long time ago. And so the consequences and the spirit of this country are deadening. That's why this country and the world is in such a despairing state. Abortion is a sign of a depressed society.
Yep.
It's not liberty. It's not freedom. It puts one into bondage. Not only the women, but the men too. Because then they realize they've done wrong, that they haven't owned up to their manhood. So, it's a very broad issue. And the only way to get over it is by the preaching of the gospel and the forgiveness of God and the restoration of God. And that's what this country desperately needs.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Philip Yankovic asks, do you think the same people who are in the Epstein files are also behind the World Orthodox today? I would say this. First off, you have to understand, this is probably going to become clearer once my book finally comes out. I explain the history. In terms of real power centers, the only places that have serious power centers that extend outside of their countries are basically Moscow and Constantinople. We can add the American Greek Archbishop. Those folks probably don't have too many connections with Epstein files people, but there are connections because they are high level governmental involvement. Take, for example, you can find nonstop data on Henry Kissinger and Archbishop Athenagoras, who would then become Patriarch Athenagoras over the years. You can find KGB connections between, obviously through most of the hierarchs of the older hierarchs of the Moscow Patriarchate, but were they involved with this sort of stuff? No, that's more intelligence agency stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. So there's a couple of people in the Moscow Patriarchate we just learned, with that one guy, who are absolute degenerates and, forcing their will on children. But okay, yeah, maybe they are. Okay, I mean.
Well, you know what? It doesn't have to just be Epstein. There are lots of Epsteins out there.
Yeah.
And, look at the pornography industry and communism. I mean, one of the first things that Tito did when he came into power was put porn on TV. Get the porn market going.
You're kidding. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's crazy.
Pornography is tremendously demoralizing.
Yeah, absolutely. I had no idea.
You had who was the big Jewish pornographer in America?
Are you talking about in terms of running the pornography or
advocating it? It was I'm trying to remember his name. Was it Allen Ginsberg?
Well, Allen Ginsberg is the gay poet.
Yes, but he was a big advocate of porn.
Yeah, he was, and he was a degenerate and tried to molest the kids that would, and then they celebrate him as this great poet.
So yeah. But you see, I mean, so you don't need just an Epstein. He's just a more larger profile right now. But you have a lot others throughout the world that have been operating for a long time, and so he's just one that got caught. But whether he's dead or alive, we don't know. But anyway, And so so if you want to put it in relation to world orthodoxy, or let's say even the World Council of Churches or Rome throughout the world, it's there because it's been around a long time. And in Rome, you've got tremendous perversion. And so, you've got, I think my personal opinion is Pope Francis was doing a black mass. I cannot,
I wouldn't doubt it.
I
There's
wouldn't doubt it at all. And was
Okay,
responsible for a particular murder too of that one girl or something. So,
all right.
it's there in these big circles all over the world.
So I'm gonna. There's still So there's still a lot. And Nicholas Thompson says, yeah, they had the MTV garbage. Yeah, yes. Little Wing with a member chat says, gotta say, I was raised in the Bay Area and caught up in some of that hippie culture. God is great. That is all I can say, Father. So yeah, I think she definitely gets what you're talking about there. Nicholas Thompson with a super chat says, America is just ran by Freemasonry and the synagogue of Satan. America needs to return to its Christian values. Orthodoxy is America's greatest gift. Glory to God for that one. And we are adding that. Debt to Compromise says, give, send, go. Just check 1 second as I start updating things, because this is where it gets exciting, folks. So this is now 35. Nicholas has put in, that's 20. This now drops to 465, but there's more. Wait, there's more. That to Compromise says give, send, go. Check the give, send, go, and donation for $200.
Wow.
Thank you for that.
Fantastic.
DTC, that's fantastic. We really appreciate it, and it's really helpful. So let's add that on. That puts us over the halfway point as we move towards the second half of this show. So we're down to 265, and the current is we're at 235. So we're doing very well. We have to continue to reach the goal, because the goal is pay a lot of bills and fix the car. So thank you so much for the assistance there. We're going to keep going. We are here. This is the live Q&A. So help keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at NFTU.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give and Go. Just look in the description. And again, this is if you want to jump into our live Q&A. So if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. Let me see here. Matushka Stephanie gives a clapping sound thing, and Nicholas Thompson says, to be honest, I was born in 2003, so I didn't really grow up with MTV. What were with MTV? What were your guys' experiences with MTV? I can tell you, MTV started, and it had a bunch of the videos were sometimes good, sometimes they were absolutely subversive, and there were weird ones, but there were also, it was pop music at the time. But then around in the 1990s, they stopped showing all videos and they started moving into television series. And some of these series lasted for a very long time. So yeah, it's let me see here. All right, let's see here. Let's see. So yeah, they last long. DTC. Well, yeah, that was a big winner. DTC says country opening for Bad Bunny. LOL. Never mind. That was the TV USA show. Yeah, I have no idea what is happening. I'm afraid to even ask what is happening at the halftime. I kind of don't want to know, because I know it's gonna be terrible. One of the things that happened was not only was this cross-dresser already, it was going to be problematic, but they've got he started challenging ICE agents for some reason, and it made no sense. Like, he's a citizen because he's Puerto Rican, but I guess he was afraid for his fans that they'd all be deported or some stupid thing like that. But it's always hip to be anti-ICE. It's just stupid. But yeah, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. So let me see here real quick. Okay. So yeah, I hope that answers the questions about MTV. And trust me, you didn't miss much. In the age of YouTube, you can watch television shows, you can watch music videos, and you can pick and choose which ones are not worth watching, unlike the age of MTV. So glory to God, that's over. Let's see here. Okay, and let's see. So, again, if you want to ask a question or make a comment, please do. This is what the questions and this is what we do. It's a live Q&A. Let me see here, and let's see.
I think you're
Yeah,
seeing the death of sports now.
yeah. I mean,
We,
well, we're watching it kind of starting to die, and we've been watching that for a while. But the key is the corporations that are keeping this alive, and these sport people don't realize how big the sports industry is in America. Like a lot of people don't realize that, for example, like the NFL it's almost $1 trillion company. Like, hold on, NFL, like profits. Let's just see here. Yeah, 23 billion in 2024. $23 billion, and that's just one sports league. That's just American football. So let me see here. Daniel York asks, any Romanian churches in America that use English for liturgy? I don't know. I don't know. That's something you'd have to start asking Romanian clergy. I know that Metropolitan Nicholas of Ohio, he is Romanian, and I assume he uses some English. So that's the closest true Orthodox answer I've got is Metropolitan Nicholas of Cincinnati. But I don't actually know because I haven't been to one of his liturgies whether he's using English. But he does speak English, so that's good. So that's all I can say there. Let's see here. Yeah, Nicholas Thompson 83 says all forms of entertainment is propaganda at this point. I hate the music today. My generation is unfortunately a big victim of obsession with materialism, drugs, and lust, worldly stuff. Now, that's interesting that you say that because I think that there's always attempted good guys in every generation. I think that my generation would agree with your statement 100% for its own generation. And I feel like Father Boniface's generation would agree like 100%. The ones that are, awake about it, agree with that statement for their generation. So this has been a problem for at least 3 generations. So what you have to do is you have to look towards the, look at positive influencers in the industry. And that means looking outside the box. I was very surprised, and I'm probably gonna get pilloried here for this, but I was surprised by the music of Somber. The stuff that I've heard was enough to make me go and listen to his entire debut album. But talking about hookup culture, um, talking about everything from questions of what is the nature of premarital sex and so on and so forth. These are not questions that I was used to hearing in my own music, but they reflect a lament, and that alone. Granted, I don't know if he's a Christian or not, but I do know that at least the themes he's talking about are at a base level a question about what is searching for what is really God's will in things. And so, some things surprise me. And he's like a top 40 artist. So, but in any case,
I think that,
go ahead.
I think that when I grew up, when I think of the songs, which a lot of them I still remember. I mean, come on, I remember the early Beatles albums, the Beach Boys, and but when you realize that all the songs are about guy-girl relationships, and then they're moving into, I would say, a lot of fornication.
Yeah.
They're not singing songs about marriage. Matter of fact, the only song that I can think of about marriage was Bobby Darin, I think, was If I Were a Carpenter and You Were a Lady, Would You Marry Me Anyway? Would You Have My Baby? See my love, serve my love through loneliness, serve my love through sorrow. I mean, establishing wedding vows and having a good relationship, a typical marital relationship. But all the others, are, all the Beatles songs they're all fornication.
Yeah.
If you really look at it. And so the whole culture is building now on the breakup of marriage.
Yeah.
And the dishonoring of it.
And I would go further and say that in my generation, it was 10 times more blatant. It was almost a lot of the songs that were romance-based songs were flatly sexual and openly that way, and there was no indication of marriage, so on and so forth, which is why I found the artist I mentioned so refreshing, because even though he's a kid, he's like 22 years old, but the point is, what he's talking about is the actual culture that's there, which at this point has become nothing but fornication, etc. But like, question, the things that he's saying, for example, like the song Undress strikes me. It was the first song I heard from him. And what I found was interesting about this was the motif of the song is that he's breaking up with a woman. He doesn't want to get undressed with a new person all over again. And then he mentions he doesn't want to see he doesn't want to see the eyes of the girl that he loved in a child of another man. Like, he's starting to talk about things like adultery and things that are concepts that have become completely foreign in 2026. And so I'm impressed with that. And I hope that but like you said, like Bobby Darin was talking about something real, but most of the stuff is absolute demonic fornicating garbage. And so, that's the problem. But there's still occasionally a gem in the wilderness.
I think that so much of the subject matter of music has been just guy girl, and of course we've just said fornicating, but there's even in the past, like let's say the 30s, the 40s, a lot of music was not just on relationships, but was on patriotism or nature. Folk heroes, and I mean, in the prologue of Alfred by Nicholas Velimirovich, he has a song, a hymn to the saints, almost every day or something like that. And it's like, I've written songs, I play guitar, and I've just been recently, now that I'm kind of getting settled into my house, I might have some time where I can set up a studio and start creating again. And I'm just thinking, the material that I want to write on, I think it's more like compared to the 60s and 70s with the political songs. Well, now let's get back to remember morality, remember good people, remember heroes. What are the values that they brought forward? What made them heroes? The saints. Ballads about saints and stuff like that. There's a lot of ground that needs to be redug, like like he's doing there, possibly. Just to return to these kinds of things. And I think there's a thirst for it, even though the market might be small. It doesn't matter. There are people looking for values, and I think that's true with our Orthodox Church, too. And I mean, I love the Western Rite. I'm trying to promote it, but it's like, because it's part of our culture, this is a Western world. And so therefore, to bring that culture and revive it, bring it up. I mean, I've been listening to, I'm Scotch English by origin, and just listening to some of the Scotch tunes, which to me are haunting. They have a certain ethos to them, which is beautiful, and the bagpipe and things like that. There's just something about it that, sends, shivers down my spine, that it's just there. It almost brings tears to my eyes. There's a movement, and some of the Irish melodies, like Danny Boy and stuff like that, they have some of this haunting aspect to it, which is beautiful, because there's a lot of Christian culture behind all that. And so therefore, there's room to be cultivated there, and for talents to rise up and bring themselves forward.
Absolutely. Let's see. Little Gleam with the member chat says 4.3 million. While watching that right now boggles my mind. Wow. Every generation. Yeah, it is every generation. Daniel York says, how have the true Orthodox reached out to the Monophysite community? I believe it or not, it was the Milan Synod, particularly Metropolitan of Logios, who was talking to certain Ethiopian communities. He did talk to the Syrian community as well. And when ultimately it came down to it, he asked, like, what concessions can you make on the Council of Chalcedon? And they said nothing. And so he's like, well, then there's nothing left to discuss. And so, and then of course people use that to say we were ecumenists and so on and so forth. But, that was sad. But no, most true Orthodox, they basically say, look, if you want to join the Orthodox Church, you have to recognize the Council of Chalcedon, and they say no. So that's all. Nicholas Thomason says, yeah, do it. I would listen to it, Father Boniface. I bet a lot of people would, so please consider that. And of course, Little Wing with a praying hands, and thank you for that. So now we are at the 2-hour mark. We've made it. This is when our show normally starts. So we usually start at 8:30 on Sunday, but here we are, and we're probably going to be here for another 2 hours. So let's continue on. This is why I got the extra size juice. I got it's lemonade mix. But anyway, the point is, I've got that. So we are here. This is the Superbowl Sportsball fatigue show. So feel free if you want to call in. It's a live Q&A. You can call in with your questions, your comments, your debate challenges. Who you think we should debate challenge? Sometime too says, oh, what have I missed? Well, we started around the time of this particularly noxious event about 2 hours ago, and we will be continuing that way. Daniel York says, thoughts on Jake Shields. Now, Jake Shields, from what I understand, he's a guy who doesn't like the Jews on Twitter, and he's like known for being a big shot talker, but he's also I heard 5 feet tall or something. I mean, I don't have any thoughts on him. He just he's not Orthodox. He doesn't do anything in my life. He occasionally shows up on some things, etc. Yeah, and Nicholas Thompson says we need to bring back real arts, music, and good culture, not say this satanic stuff. I absolutely agree, 100%. So I hope that helps. But more questions, more comments, you name it. And if you want to jump on the stream or ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat on YouTube or in the X chat. Let's take a look here again. As always, it's cafe time. If you're trying to get registered at frozenwestcafe.com, let us know in the comments. And in about 15 minutes, I will, of course, make my standard pitch grift. But for now, I will say I'm not calling it a grift for fun. The truth of that, I get mad when people say it, and then I do it myself. But it's begging. Help keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at NFTU.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Go. Just look in the description. Let's see here. Aha! Question for Father Boniface. What is your favorite Western Orthodox saint?
My favorite? Well, Boniface.
Saint Boniface.
Yeah. I took his name when the day I was brought in to the Metropolia. And what I like about him was he was brought up in England, and then he went over to Germany. He took the gospel out there, which I liked his missionary spirit, and he established a lot of works, and then he was martyred for his faith by the Frisian people. He was brave, and by the way, he wasn't the only martyr in his troop. I think there were 20 or 30 others martyred with him. And so, love him. I love Dunstan. I think Edmund the Martyr and Edward the Confessor. Edward the Confessor, the people coveted the bowl of water that he washed his hands in because they could be healed by the water. That is true. Wow. And then, and of course, Edmund the Martyr gave his life at the threat. The Vikings killed him, but he refused to give up his faith. And so, these are wonderful people. And so, St. Patrick, Ireland, amazing story, great faith. And so there are real examples, and so that's a start. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now, oh man. So I guess I'm seeing they are panning this performance that is going on with the Bad Bunny thing. People on Twitter are not happy. And then for some reason, it's I don't know if this is true. Somebody said Ricky Martin, who is famously a homosexual, has shown up on the halftime. What's it called? So that's pretty sad. So it's looking like, Even the halftime has failed, and it has made more people mad, and that's okay because it means sports declines some more. Let me see here. Nicholas Thompson says another cool person that really converted Germanic pagans to Christianity was that Norwegian Viking called Saint Olaf. Okay, and RG88 says, Father Joseph, have you considered having Vladimir Moss on the show? Very early on, I would say the first year that we started this, I did ask him. And I said, would you be interested in coming on? It was my first or second year. And he said, well, thank you for the offer, but I have no interest in YouTube. Those were his exact words. So I tried. But in any case, let's see here. The only other comment I see, I love art. Personally, I love the art of icons. Well, yeah, our icons are, they're sacred art. And there's a very specific canonical procedure for them. So that's good. And so moving in, this is wonderful. We are doing as well as we can. Let's see here. Did I miss anything? I'm looking here. This is kind of, yeah, just, well.
I don't think people realize that in dealing with the gay community, I have dealt with the gay community in Philadelphia and in other cities. And I actually, a friend I had was part of the gay community, and he came out of it and made a profession of faith, which today I see is quite questionable. But nevertheless, we went to gay bars, and I went into them with him, and we handed out literature and walked out, and then would talk to people, whoever would come out and want to talk with us. And so
I've heard of that, but I've heard of that, and I don't know that is necessary. Like, obviously, you came out of it okay, but apparently there were cases, like there's this one Protestant pastor who is he's an open sodomite, and he talks about his own history, and he mentioned something like that as well, which he saw it not as how do I put this? He saw it not as an evangelistic experience, but a way to get to know other sodomites. And so I feel like there's some people in the pipelines that kind of corrupted that process. So,
we do what we could, but I will say this, is that having worked with the gay community a little bit, the gays are very obnoxious, let's say, and are mockers of Christ.
Right.
They mock Christ. And so when you see the stuff on the halftime show and these people coming out, they're mocking Christ deliberately. They're mocking values deliberately. This isn't just, and it is with total intent. And so therefore, those who orchestrate and administer these events are themselves mocking Christ. I mean, so it's a culture that actually, it's a minority of people that are doing these things, but they're affecting a majority of the people. And so they have a lot of power, and they'll call you out and say, well, what you going to do about it? And there's not a lot you can do about it. And in our day, where if you wanted to do something about it, you could protest, but then some of the stuff was criminal offenses and they should face penalties, but that's not happening. And even, it was a point where if you got caught in fornication, you were going to go to jail back in the 60s. And if you got caught, that was jail time for a person, but not now. So these are the times we're in, and lack of restraint.
Daniel York 5547 says, can an Orthodox Christian be a distributist? I would say that they can. The concepts are not necessarily they're not necessarily contrary to Orthodoxy. They're political ideas. However, it's worth mentioning that distributism has largely been in the realm of Roman Catholic social doctrine. So, depending on how strongly you take this position, etc., in terms of building your community, you're going to find you're surrounded by papists. So this is something.
What
to
is
keep-
distributism? It
Distrib-
sounds like socialism in a way, but go ahead, tell me.
Right. I will. I can actually just put the basic Wikipedia definition on the screen. Distributism is basically a movement that asserts that the world's productive assets should be widely owned, like owned by lots of people rather than concentrated. So the idea is basically it thinks capitalism and socialism are both fundamentally flawed. And so it's basically purporting to go to more of a feudal model where people kind of own the assets and there's a lord over them, so on and so forth. And in the modern state, however, so it's kind of a return to a more medieval economic system, which of course, the papacy would love because they, were big on that in the West. So it's kind of a neither. It's not socialism. It's not capitalism. It's just more like closer to feudalism. But there have been some, like for example, I know in Romania in 2024, there was a one politician who got 23% of the vote, and he was a distributist candidate. So it's possible, but I would say that it's mostly a Roman Catholic thing.
So I got two questions here. One concerning how does that fit in with, let's say, a monarchy? Because if we're talking about distributism, does that fit better, or is that only defined under the umbrella of monarchy? And second of all, if I labor with my own hands, and if I have my own and plant my own garden, is my neighbor going to come over and pick my fruit and walk away with it?
No, I don't think it works that way. I think there is still private property, but I don't quite. I'm not like an expert on this at all. So I would say that obviously most of the people who were for distributive systems were actually monarchists and are generally monarchists. So it's compatible with monarchy, but it's not. It's closer to like feudal than monarchical. And I
tell you what. There would be nothing like a monarch who was a Christian, who loved his people and sought to serve them and protect them. That would be awesome. How about we just start with that one first and see what happens after that?
That's true.
How about morality? How about leaders that have actual morality in a democratic system? Well, that would be awesome too. A sense of values and keeping of God's commandments. Where's that happening?
Yeah, absolutely.
Answer: nowhere at the moment. Nowhere. Yeah. Even at the local levels.
Yeah, RG88 asks, any thoughts on getting the Russian synods together? I feel like unifying true Orthodoxy is the main thing we need to do to evangelize our world Orthodox friends, aside from our own personal struggle. I mean, the idea of, I get that a lot of people feel this way. A lot of people do. But now, here's my point. In your second comment here, RG, it says, the Greek synods, I have no idea about them, even though I'm in the GOCK. I would not worry about what's happening in other countries' synods rather than I'd think more and focus more on my own. I'd say learn more about these other synods from your own perspective. And then, possibly I would say that Greece is in a much better position for total corporate reunion of true Orthodoxy than Russia is, because there's just so many groups in Russia. And they're, Rokor derived. A lot of them are regional. They could unite one day. But the point is, they have to deal with the fact that they still have a highly hostile Russian state against them. As harsh as it is for many true Orthodox in Greece, in Russia, if you're under 30 or 40 and you're a true Orthodox priest, they're going to try to put you on the front lines. They're going to try to literally decimate your church by sending you off to Ukraine to the meat grinder. So it's a very different and complicated system in Russia. So no, things are not easier in Russia at all. They're difficult because there is active persecution and cause for persecution with the Russian Federation. They want to hurt people, and they want to use this war as an excuse to kill people. So I would say it's probably closer on the Greek side than on the Russian side. Nicholas Thompson says, okay, some Christian activism, pretty cool. Let's see. Matthew Metanoia says you can be Christian and have horrible economic opinions. That is true. And Nicholas Thompson says advice for Christian activism. I think flyers are a good way of getting information out. They are. And that's probably one of the flyering is probably one of the most effective forms of activism. I mean, Father, you've worked in activism. What do you think about flyering and other techniques?
Good question. Okay, put out a flyer. What's it going to be about? So you won't be Orthodox? I spoke before the, let me see, the Lakeland City Council when they passed their gay pride resolution, and I said, I used Nikolai Velimirovich's, nomology, where he came out and said, there's no law except God's law. And I said that, and you could archive it on their website, whatever, you're a couple of years old, you could hear me say that, is that basically, so therefore natural law is in error because we're all accountable to God's 10 commandments. Yep. And so therefore, my question is, do you want to put flyers out? What's going to be their content? And are you ready to, let's say, pay the price? And I'll say this regarding my activism and with the gay community. That was years ago, mind you. That was in the 80s. What I did in Philadelphia, if I did it today, I'd be arrested and be looking at a court trial. And I guarantee you that because there was a group that did practically the same thing that I did about 10, 15 years later, and they faced a court trial. Now, they won. But I remember Liberty Council, the Baptist group with Matt Staver, who I've met and briefly spoken to. I've been to some of his seminars and stuff. He represented them. But I'm telling you that what I did years ago would now bring consequences. And so you see some ground has been lost. So if you're going to do something, you got to be in a lot of prayer and be right with God and then be ready to, maybe it'll go well with you, but so therefore, but also, second of all, be an example yourself by living a holy life and being that message of salvation in your own life. But definitely, there needs to be voices out there, and get out there. I've been threatened many a time, and I've stood up to it, and I'm still here, and I haven't been hit physically, even though in a little bit I have been, where a guy, pushed me when I had a pro-life poster in front of an abortion clinic, and that guy should have been arrested, but he didn't. We had a guy pull a gun on us. We took him to court, and so he got slapped on the wrist and let go. That's the way it happens. When
you're
if
on
it were the other way around,
side, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if it were the other way around, or you'd be in jail for the next 20 years. And so anyway, but you just pray about it and be a good witness in your community. Stand up for Jesus. And I think that. So what can I say? You ask me more questions, but I can give you a fair amount of experience. You'll meet up against the evangelical churches, and they are, without power. They're without power. I can tell you that right now. They can't even discipline their own ranks, barely, more or less society, because they're part of the problem, not part of the solution, because they have the same kind of government that the U.S. government has. It's democratic, it's non-hierarchical, it's of the people, by the people, for the people. I've been through it. I know all about it. Go on FR Boniface Arms, ARMES, on YouTube, listen to my stuff on the PCA, and you'll get a little bit of what I've been through. But do it, and you'll learn a lot, and you'll rejoice, and maybe you get some fruit. You'll get a witness out there. I got free radio time and free newspaper. You speak up, and you'll get in the newspapers.
Sometimes too says there's a monastery I want to visit with no phone or contact method. I think, do I just drive over and say hi? There's something to be said for leaving a postcard with your information if you don't want to knock on the door and say hi. But if you do, my suggestion would be if there's any clue as to when they have services, that would probably be a better time to show up. Just introduce yourself after the service. Nicholas Thompson says flyers about the World Council bring awareness. I think Father Boniface covered that. And he said, I see. Well, I just think we should try to utilize our First Amendment right of freedom of expression. Absolutely. But just keep in mind that there are people who want to take that right away.
And let me tell you from experience, if you went into some groups with a flyer and somebody in that hallway reads it, they don't like it, they'll get security and you'll be escorted out in 5 minutes, right away. I've had that happen to me, believe me.
That's the best case scenario, too. Because they can push for trying to arrest you or trying to beat you up, etc. There are things that can happen. Yeah.
Oh yeah, things are rougher now. I did this years ago. I'll give you another example. I went to a psychic fair.
Oh no!
It was at a mall. It was in the middle of a mall.
Fair? Okay, I'm listening.
So I went up to witness the guy, and as soon as they started talking about Jesus, they whipped out their cameras to get positive ID on me, and then they escorted me out.
Wow. Yeah, well, that dovetails with what Matthew Metanoia writes. He writes, protest without getting yourself Don Lemon. Don't trample other people's rights. Yeah, but Don Lemon did that to be actually provocative, and so he deserved what he got. It is now 8:51. We are now in the third hour already, so it's time for me to bring up the requirements and needs and kind of bring it up, and here we go. I'll just put it on the screen. Help keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at NFTU.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give, Send, Go. Just look in the description. The prime issue this week, besides the normal bills that we have to pay, is that the cars, I was explaining, it's a cold streak here. It's been below zero, and the Jeep's kind of the trunk opener, that whole section, I tried to pull it to open it to put some groceries in the car, and it snapped. And unfortunately, that's it probably won't be too much, but it will be something. And so it's been that way for a few days. So hopefully, if anyone can help, as I mentioned, YouTube does take 30%. Give, Send, Go takes out the least, but they are the slowest. And the fastest balance is PayPal or Cash App if anyone wants to help on the quick side. And we are currently at $265 goal remaining. We are at 235 total right now. And so whatever you can do, we really appreciate it. And it would be really helpful. And of course, Super Chats help with the bills. So we are very grateful for those as well. Let me see here. Nicholas says, well, then I guess it would be better to distribute such information not on private property grounds. Yes, it's that if it's on public, if it's in a public area, but keep in mind, Father Boniface was in a public area with the psychic fair, and he still got escorted out. And he says, but honestly, salute to your activism, Father Boniface. So that's great. And let's continue. Again, if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. There's no current wait time, so go for it. And so with that, let me see here. So yeah, that's where we are today. I don't know. Let me see here. All I see here is let me click on the hashtag, and hopefully, this appears to have been the big activist performance. Apparently they had Green Day to play American Idiot. It's so tiresome. It's not even a really good song, and it's just so tiresome to do stuff like that.
I will say this about activism. The Apostle Paul was an activist, wasn't he? Okay. When he did on his missionary journeys, he went into some cities and started preaching the gospels, and he started an uproar. And so remember, in one verse it says, Alexander the coppersmith did me much harm. The Lord will repay. One of the key aspects to evangelism is that you'll realize that you're going into, let's say, a farmer's market or something, and I was just there as presence. And the vendors don't like it because you're, quote, hurting their business. So, any Christian presence, like the Apostle Paul was preaching, and the idolaters, the people who were buying the idols stopped buying them because they were converting to Christ, and the idol makers were angry that he was killing their business. And this happens all the time where, I mean, I don't want you to get scared, anybody to get scared. It's just a practical reality that sometimes, you will face up with the vendors not happy with you. And so one time at the farmer's market, they didn't like me wearing a cassock in the middle of it on a Saturday morning, right? So then they'll tell you there's a boundary to the market, right? So there's a boundary line where the market ends. Well, if you're 1 foot over that boundary, you're legitimate. So if you got people walking up and down the street and walking into the market, if you're a foot before the boundary line, you're fine. Okay? So there are ways to work around these things. And so you just have to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. And so, the Lord can open up ways. You just got to pray about it and think about it, of doing things. So there you go. You got questions? Send me an email.
Very good. Okay, and let me see here. The next question I got: has the Romanian church been influenced more by Slavic churches or Byzantine churches? I am only marginally familiar with Romanian kind of ritual practices and their tones, etc. So I feel uncomfortable answering that question. I know that there's obviously Slavic and Byzantine influence, but I don't feel like I'm in a position of authority to say which one had more influence because I don't know enough. I haven't attended many Romanian services at all. I apologize. And I'm sure what I've heard from them and seen from them is very beautiful. So I'm not going to even be negative, but I would say ask a Romanian priest rather than somebody who's not. Let me see here. Let me see. Was reading Archbishop Averki's commentary on the Gospels, and he said the idea that St. John took the logos from Stoicism is false. What is Stoicism's actual relation to Christianity? No, yeah, that's correct. St. John did not take the logos from Stoicism. Rather, he used the language of Stoicism to express divine truths. Stoicism did not have a real relationship to Christianity. They just had useful terminology Christians could use to explain things more easily. But the truth of Christ has nothing to do with Stoicism as a philosophy. Even the term logos, even though it matches one-to-one with what is meant in Stoicism, in reality, the Christian teaching on what the logos is so much deeper than anything Stoicism offers. Ryan Maya, did you want to chime in on that one, Father?
In the philosophy, let's say, of words, Christianity will take a word, but they will bump the definition into a spiritual realm. So that's what that's what you're talking about, to words, redemption or logos, but the church takes it into a spiritual realm, which the world on the earth does not, but the church moves it up to heaven. So that's a principle.
Yep. I agree. Ryan Maya says, it is wrong. Is it wrong for me to go to an Eastern Catholic church with my girlfriend as long as I don't say prayers or do anything super ecumenical? Yes, it's absolutely wrong. And I'm going to explain why. You say, I'm trying to convert her to Orthodox, but I won't be Catholic. Here's the problem. Uniatism isn't a trap set up for Latins to become Orthodox. It's a trap for Orthodox to become Latins. So the whole point is that church is there for you to get trapped into Roman Catholicism. The question you must ask is why your girlfriend does not want to go to an Orthodox service. Because what will happen, that is set for you. Because the whole point of the Unia is to entrap Orthodox into the papacy, not to get papists out into Orthodoxy. So I would say no, and I would say, look, if you want to come to my church to see it and, then possibly consider it, then yeah. But what you're doing by going to an Eastern Catholic church is you're setting yourself up for your own apostasy. So absolutely not. No. Let's see. Matthew Metanoia says, Seneca lived during the time of Christ, probably my favorite Stoic. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, and so as we wait to see what else is going on, let's see. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh. All right, so this is just weird. Yeah. So, let's see here. All right. So, I am just checking some things once again. This is our live Q&A session. We do it, if you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link at the top of the YouTube chat, or use the StreamYard link in the chat on X or on Odyssey. So we are broadcasting all those right now. And cafe time if you want to get registered on the FrozenOsCafe.com, where there is a lot of spirited Orthodox discussion. Let us know in the comments, and we will get that done for you. So we are now well past halfway through the Super Bowl. For those who have Super Bowl fatigue, watch it and call us and said, we have been here since the beginning of this ridiculously pointless game. Let's see here. Nicholas Thompson 83 says, do you guys still have a Discord? We do not. Perhaps there will be one in the future. I do not use Discord at all anymore. I know that there's people talking about possibly building a Discord, but the problem is Discord, it seems to attract the wrong kind of stuff. And what I mean by that is that people using it for non-gaming purposes and using it for malfeasant purposes abound. I'm sure it has a legitimate use case, but I certainly didn't discover one in the time I was there. And there was nothing that was there that I couldn't get on the forum or on other platforms, etc. So I purposely made it a point to avoid Discord. I know that sounds strange, but the way content administration works there, where basically at times you have to work even against your own community management servers, etc. It just struck me as wrong. It produces the wrong kind of I think, psychological results in people. It causes damage. Matthew Metanoia says, what Baal halftime show did they do, or was it Malak this year? I think it was Malak this year. Although technically I forget which one is the full classical sodomite degeneracy thing. Apparently Bad Bunny did a special with Ricky Martin and Lady Gaga. I don't even know if that's supposed to be a Latino thing. Lady Gaga is not Latina, and Ricky Martin is best known for being super gay. So I don't know what else to say about that. That halftime sounded pretty awful. And
they've been going downhill for a long time, those halftime
Absolutely.
things.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to give a verse about the going to the Catholic Church rather than Orthodox.
Mhm.
The book of Jeremiah, let them return unto thee, but return not thou unto them. Jeremiah 15.
Welcome, Reader John. Could you read that one again, Father?
Yeah, Jeremiah 15:19. It's the last part of the verse. Let them return unto you, but return not thou unto them. I'll read the whole verse. And therefore thus saith the Lord, if thou return, then will I bring thee again, and thou shalt stand before me. That is returning back to the Lord. And if thou take forth the precious from the vial, thou shalt be as my mouth. So if you're going to take out the precious from the vial, if you're going to pull out the people out of the pit and bring them into the beautiful kingdom, let them return unto you, but don't you return to them. Don't go back to their ways, but let them come to you. And so that's a challenge, actually. It says don't compromise. That's like a voice against ecumenism. That's a verse against ecumenism. And it also says, boy, you're going to be a small group. Yes, but you're going to have truth with you. You're going to have God honoring your position. What do you want more? Man's accolades or God's accolades? And so the idea is don't compromise. Don't go into their camp. Let the people come to you. So if she won't come to you, then you're going to have to find another she who will come to you and come with you to your worship. And that's what it's all about. And God will honor your faith. So be patient and hang in there, but follow the Lord and do what He commands.
How are you doing, Reader John?
Just ignoring all the bread and circus.
Oh, yeah, well, that's what we're all doing. And so let me see here. Daniel York says, I'm reading St. John Damascene book on the exposition of the Orthodox faith. I tried taking notes of this each page that I read, but I did not like it. So now I'm reading it without taking notes. Is that okay? Because it makes reading the book more joyful to read. Remember that when you're studying, you have to use the methods that work for you. So I think you already know the answer to your own question. One is leading you to try to academize it, and the other one is leading you to love the text, which will make you read it more, which is better for you in terms of long-term memory. So you don't even have to ask me. I think you know the answer to your own question on that one. But let's see here. So yeah, once again, we are currently doing the live Q&A session as always, but super longer. If you want to jump on the stream to ask a question or make a comment, just click the link in the top of the chat. So we shall see. And let me see here. Got about 32 minutes before I ask again for help. But, once again, I will just point out, help keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at NFTU.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give, Send, Go. Just look in the description. And I will put this up one more time before I put this up later on. Currently, our goal is 265. We have raised 235. Thank you so much for that. And so basically, that is that's helpful. We're just under halfway there. So we're hoping we can make our own positive halftime as we continue answering questions. And don't forget that if you're having Super Bowl fatigue, watch us and call in instead. I'm going to keep saying that. And once again, remind people that if this is helpful to you, don't forget to like and subscribe on your preferred platform. So that's all I got for now. So let's see here. Sometimes too says books can be reread over time. And a lot of people do like doing that. Absolutely. Daniel York 5547 says, any advice of Orthodox Christians on working out? I will say it's probably do it more for your health than for any vanity, and that's about it. I'm not an expert on exercise at all. Nicholas Thompson says, how to check if your Orthodox church is in the World Councils. Well, the easiest way is to ask yourself, is it in communion with Moscow or is it in communion with Constantinople? And if it is, there's a 95 to 99% chance it's part of the World Councils.
Or you can do it even simpler. You can say, self, am I a World Orthodox? And if your self says yes, then you're definitely either explicitly or not so in the World Council of Churches, essentially. Even if your patriarch is not, there's a lot of people within that patriarchate that want to be.
And those patriarchates will probably return back depending on who is in charge. But yeah,
looking absolutely. At you, Georgia.
Yep. Everyone's looking at Georgia now. It's like basically most of the synod wants to go back to the World Council of Churches, and they're just waiting for Ilya to die so he feels consistent. Unfortunately,
I don't have high hopes from Bulgaria either. So
no, Bulgaria is already kind of They when they discovered that all of them were, in their security services, like I think it was like 7 years ago. I mean, there's no hope for any of them. These people are, these people are government bureaucrats more than bishops. So, all right, let me see here.
Have you been following OTP stuff lately?
I mean, yeah, I have followed some of it. The stuff with I know. Let me just see here. Did I miss something? Because I know that
Just like the Telegram stuff.
Oh, I don't use Telegram either.
Okay.
I don't trust Telegram. I don't use Discord, and I don't use Signal. I especially don't use Signal.
Yeah. I wouldn't use Signal either.
Yeah, Signal is, first off, it's being exposed. Like now, it shows how easily it can be hacked. But
I mean,
more
it's literally the
importantly-
name. Signal.
Yeah,
We're sending
that's true.
signals out.
it somehow sometimes says hoping to visit the true Orthodox monastery I mentioned, but I'd be sleepy. Good night. All right, God bless you. Have a good night. And yeah, so give me one moment. I'm gonna take a moment here, just to, if you don't mind, I'm gonna walk away for a minute, and I'll be right back.
Uh-huh. So
When the host is away, the co-host will play.
that's right. That's right. So I don't know. What can we chat about? But
I know one thing we
What
won't
the-
play is football.
well, I wonder whether people are going to get so disaffected now with this stuff. It's going to hurt them financially. People are going to stop watching it. They're going to lose coverage, and I think baseball is going downhill because and so these sports are killing themselves with their corruption and with their attitudes, their violence, their stuff like that, their cheating, their lying or whatever. And it's going to hurt them. I think people are going to start maybe get back to like local sports, probably catering to their own local small teams and stuff.
And I don't think they got the memo about woke because they're still pushing that crap.
Yeah. It's going to drive them into the ground, and they're going to lose totally. And just think of all that money they're going to lose, and all the stadiums and all the banks that are going to be holding the bag now. They're not going to be happy about that. So, oh well, such it is. Go on and turn. I don't know what they're going to do with all those properties that are going to become vacant. I don't know.
Well,
I'll have to.
Kind of like the Episcopal Church.
Yeah, actually, I was confirmed in the Episcopal Church, and then the church that I was confirmed in lost money, got a female priest, and then the roof started leaking, and so the church died. So, they probably have had to plow it under, I guess. That's the story of the Episcopal Church.
Yeah.
It's
a lot of
it's
real
sad,
estate.
but it's,
Not a lot of parishioners.
Yep. So,
Especially now that they have an archbishopress. I don't even know
Yeah,
what
right.
the title is.
Yep. Well, it's sacrilege, but then again, they're in sacrilege anyway. It's a sacrilege amongst the sacrilege. So what does that make it? Just they were without grace in the first place, so now they're just acting in according to their identity now. So what a mess. The nation of Britain, I mean, is that the kind of a national symbol that you want to have for, the lack of masculinity and the lack of male leadership? It's affecting the whole nation.
Well, I remember watching, what was it, when Trump went there the day after the inauguration? I think it was bad enough when he was there the first time, and then Biden was there. Every time a president goes there, the morning after the inauguration, it just seems like especially the National Cathedral gets weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder.
Yeah.
I think then this past time you get lectured by a female priestess or whatever. Whatever you want to call them, I don't know.
Yeah. The priests of Baal. you know, the Baalites, the false prophets and the false prophetess and the spirit of Jezebel. That's what you're talking about, the spirit of Jezebel. So they tolerate it.
I'd call her an angry L out of the LGBT. Q plus, whatever it is.
Yep. Well, in Gregory of Nyssa's book on the life of Moses, he has for the application of when Moses is viewing the burning bush, he allegorizes it to represent the issue of reality versus unreality. And so that reality, as Moses is looking at a bush which is burning, which is not being consumed, which also stands for the Blessed Mother, also stands for your idea of reality being the understanding of one who is self-existent. And so that God is self-existent, and therefore anything else out of a self-existent God is you're living in your own concocted reality. So that if you're not orthodox in your outlook, you don't have a proper understanding of the sacraments and of the mysteries, you are living in the sphere of your own concocted mysteries and reality. And that's what we have today. Everybody is trying to fabricate and structure their own kind of edifice
religion, right?
of morality and of religion, and therefore it is a total false construct, and it will collapse. And so I will say this, about concerning even I was looking at mysticism, and I happened to pick up a book on a mystic of Scotland post-schism. I just wanted to take a look at it because reading Gregory of Nyssa, reading Rabanus Maurus, and their allegorical approach is fantastic, and their pre-schism. But post-schism England or Scotland did was that they rationalized mysticism. And so you have, like with Richard of St. Victor, I watched a video on him, and one guy explaining it who's a rationalist himself, but I thought it was fascinating because he gave a good summary of it. They concoct a rationalistic edifice like building a cathedral, and all their material aspects of that structure represent spiritual ideas, but it's still rationalistic and without grace. It's still a rationalistic construction formed by the rationalists who are claiming to be mystical spiritualists too, but they're not. Their thinking is still on earth. They're still thinking of a church and its structure instead of the church and its spiritual structure. And so that's just an aside, but I'm just saying that, that the idea is that true reality is found in the one who is self-existent.
Now, Daniel York asked actually a question for Father Boniface. After the Immaculate Conception doctrine was affirmed by the Catholic Church, did some Catholic universities try to censor the doctrine?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't have enough background in that.
I think so. Yeah.
I think there were a couple of American universities that did do that. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is back when Catholicism was a little more ethnic, and there was a lot of people that kind of disdained it because it's those crazy French Catholics again. So.
Yeah. And the crazy Spanish Catholics and the crazy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a different thing.
So I guess in the long run, though, now to bring it up to date, it's all been swallowed up. So it's what is it? So it's a non-issue now.
Immaculate hearts and immaculate conceptions and immaculate.
Yeah, they got to the point where they have to deny the co-redemptrix thing now because that's what was the latest push. They're like, now she's the co-redeemer of salvation. And granted, one can say that, for example, that in the liturgical text, Mary is given that sort of kind of adoration because of the fact that she gave birth to Christ. But that's it. But in the back, so you have to realize the background of this question. They'll say like, "Well, Orthodox agree with that because that's an old liturgical text." No. We don't, because we know the overemphasis that they put on the Theotokos in ways that we never signed on to, like. You know,
they
if
have
you
a
look
whole
at
thing, Mariology thing.
yeah, Mariology in Roman Catholicism is a real thing, and I've said this many times that we Orthodox understand Mary as our Blessed Mother, but they understand her as kind of an overbearing mother that tells Jesus what to do. Like, whereas what we see in the wedding at Cana is just basically what's in the plain meaning of the text, which is that the Theotokos asked Christ to help the situation. They see it as like she lords over him and tells him what to do and so on, and it's insane.
Well, that's the fruits of distorting the dogma. I mean, when she starts subjugating the Holy Spirit, elevating the Virgin Mary.
Yeah.
Well, you can see they're kind of bent as far as bringing in feminism into the picture, so that actually the hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church can manipulate the feminist movement to their own ends.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. And so, it's unfortunately, in some sense, you could say that helped usher in feminism. And
it's rampant in the Catholic Church.
Absolutely. And I mean, I hate to say this, but it doesn't help that, their priestly doctrine of celibacy leads to more effeminate men. It leads to more harsh women. It distorts what is supposed to be normal in even familial relations. DTC notes 36 on X and 26 on YouTube. I have a total of 65, actually. So that means that there's other people, like, for example, on Odyssey, who are probably sick of watching the Super Bowl, etc. And all are welcome to join in. Feel free to call in. Again, this is what we're doing for the entire broadcast of that sporting event. If you're sick of the game and you want to talk about something else, come on, call in. Let's, ask questions in the chat. Feel free. This is what we're here for. We're going to stay the whole way. And so, definitely that's where I recommend, what people do. And if you have had enough and you've just, you want to shut the game off and you want to have some serious discussions about things that affect the soul, that's why we're here. And so
we're moving the goalposts. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, we are moving the goalposts off the field. Just mix in all the sports ball references. We're rounding the bases, and we're here to score goals and stuff and dunk buckets, and so that's what we're doing here on the Sportsball Super Bowl not interested episode. So we continue on.
We tore down the goalpost.
I want to put the board people back on, but I feel like people are like, the people are like, why are you doing that? I don't know. I find it hilariously amusing. We should take a moment to look at the people. Let's go back and see how they're doing. They've had an exciting night, I'm sure. So give me just a moment while I put them back. And let's see here. Give me a moment. Okay.
I don't know. Are the people in the bar all for the same team? It might break out in a fight or something.
Who knows?
That might be amusing.
Here they are now. Let's see here. And Little Wing with a member comment says, collapse. Yes, these look like very unhappy people. So this must be the losing team side.
Oh no.
They're sad. They're very sad right now. This is clearly not going their way. So the other team in the little box is the happy side, but they just have a picture of the bar or the stadium or something. So yeah, this is going as planned. Again, if you are sick of the game, let's talk religion instead. Call in or make your comments and make your chats. Let's see. Okay, it says crushed 12-0. I don't. Okay, all right. So somebody scored some goals. They made some buckets, and it's 12-0. I don't care.
See, we have a different goalpost because our goal is the prize for the high calling of God in Christ Jesus. So we did move the goalpost. We have a different goal, and that's the real goal. To tell you the truth, that's the one that satisfies for all eternity. So people need to join that team. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. As St. Paul said, it's again. Let's see. All right, so they're clearly unhappy. We're going to take them off the screen, and we have another question. So let's first remove the sad fans, I guess. Okay, Father, what book made you interested in Orthodoxy? Which father?
I think for me, I could say that I think it was a video. I was watching again, like Vladika Enoch. I was watching a Michael Johnson. Raphael Michael Johnson, and then and so I was looking at some of the views on monarchy, and so it piqued my interest, and so then I ended up calling Vladika John and talking with him, and then I think that a lot of the articles on Orthodoxy and the liturgy and the history of the Metropolia and their history of going back to Orthodox England. So if it was just one thing, I can't say. It was a bunch of things coming together for me to make a whole package deal to say, this is what I really want. And then, of course, when Orthodoxy explains the Bible properly, so then when you read theology of John of Damascus, I think was one I read early on, then it starts to make a lot of sense in the lives of the saints, and so it is just a big package deal, which brought me into it.
For me, it wasn't actually a book. Believe it or not, ironically, it was probably ecumenism. And this is going to sound bizarre, but my first experience with Orthodoxy, it was probably around, I think it was 11 or 12, and there was a crying icon that was in a church. And it was in Queens, and my mother was like, "We have to go, and we have to go see this icon." So I went, and that was the first time I walked into an Orthodox church. It was there were candles everywhere. There were all these icons. It was like a really weird experience for me, and so it never got out of my head. I would see occasional references to Orthodoxy in some of the Catholic books that I'd read, and they would talk about how it was like a church like ours, a sister church, and I didn't really get it. So I got started getting into apologetics around 13, and I would argue with Protestant preachers on the street. But when it came to the Orthodox, because I was supposed to think that they were like just like us, I would like visit like the Greek new calendar church that was a few blocks away from me. So I would go there and occasionally talk to the priest. And that's kind of what spurred my interest. It was less a book, and it was less experiences that occurred. I would learn more and read more over time, but that initial interest came from actually seeing a church and actually things going on, and starting to learn more about Orthodoxy in reference to questions I had in being a Roman Catholic at the time. So it wasn't exactly a book. I could name a lot of books and Orthodox books that were very interesting, but none of them were my driving force.
And I'll say another thing, that a lot of things that moved me on was the fact that people didn't like some of the things I did, and so they didn't want me around. That not only the Protestant churches, but the Roman Catholic Church also didn't like my evangelism or my pro-life work, believe it or not, and they didn't like it, and so they just quietly gave me the left foot of fellowship, and so those experiences are kind of an incentive to move on, So move
The
on,
left foot
please.
of fellowship. I have never heard
The left
that.
foot of fellowship. Yeah.
Well, since we what now, Reader John, were you always Orthodox, or were you? I know you weren't. So what
No.
kind of prompted you?
I fall more under. Well, I started with experience, and then I led to books. So when I was growing up in the suburbs of Dallas, this is still when I was Jewish, and I was going to a synagogue that just happened to be next to a very Byzantine-looking Orthodox church that had been built by the time I was a teenager. And because I was so disillusioned with Judaism at the time already, they decided the youth director at the synagogue decided to take us to all these other faith traditions to kind of say, oh, well, this is why Judaism's so great. So we went to like Lutheran churches, Catholic churches. We went to some Baha'i temple thing.
Oh boy!
Went to Hindu temple. We went the whole gamut. I was like, what about this place right next to us? He's like, well, I don't think they like us over there. I was like, why? He was like, have you seen Fiddler on the Roof? I was like, yeah, but those are Russian Orthodox. He's like, well, good point. I think these ones are Greeks. They might like us. So we ended up going over there, and I remember so it had multiple chapels, and the priest took us to one of the side chapels. I didn't know that at the time. I also got in trouble for playing in the sand. Apparently that you're not supposed to do that. Well, I didn't know that at the time, but so now I just make a point of playing in the sand. And I was like, oh, I'm a reader now. I can play in the sand if I want. But back then apparently that was frowned upon. And I remember like the nave was very open. There was no pews or anything. So I was like, 2020 hindsight, I need to actually go look that back. I was like, oh, I don't think that was Greek, but maybe it was actually old times. Who knows? But I remember they decided to lecture us in the one of the side chapels, and you saw icons like all over the place. Like, I mean, it felt like you were being watched. And I was like, there's something different here. I was like, those eyes are watching me. Now, this is back when I had better vision too. But I was like, wow, this one's different. And there's some other stuff that happened there, but I'm gonna keep that private. But
let me see here. MT2093 says Seattle just bowled a strike. Latin Boy 305 says, Reader John, what specifics disillusion you from Judaism?
Well, if you want to be intellectually honest, we should be technically sacrificing animals, because the Judaism that's was created from the Talmudic practices is not the Judaism of the ancient temple period. Right. It's two different kinds of Judaism. It literally reinvented itself before the destruction of the temple, but destruction of the temple kind of sealed the deal.
Dead to Compromise says there's trouble in the world, troublemakers.
Yeah. But I kind of, that experience kind of was in the back of my mind, but it didn't happen until like almost 15 years later to where I finally actually came to the church. So.
Wow. No, that's
amazing. Some of these comments that people make remind me of certain incidents that I had. For example, I was at we were at the National Organization of Women with Eleanor Smeal. They had a little get together in Philadelphia, right? So the pro-lifers naturally are gravitated to those kinds of events to kind of let their presence be made known. And so I was there with the group, and then I walked up in front of the stage, and then we walked by it, and then came back out, and then a reporter comes up to me and says, "Are you here to make trouble?" And I said, "No, they are." So you have to realize that, in the spirit of Elijah, remember when he met King Ahab? Ahab told him, "There you are, the troubler of Israel." And Elijah said, "No, you are." And so you got to realize that the apostles, the disciples of Christ, they were accused of turning the world upside down. No, they were trying to get it standing right again, you see. But the world looks at it as turning it upside down. You're trying to destroy our order, which is actually chaos and disorder. And just like, they accused Stephen of trying to destroy the law of Moses. No, he wasn't. He was actually saying that Christ was the fulfillment of the law of Moses, but they accused him of trying to destroy their order, which was a Pharisaical man-made system, you see. And so, this is what we're talking about. We're destroying the Super Bowl. It's just terrible. We're trying to tell people, try and fight for the right goal in life and not that one, you know what I mean?
That's all they were trying to do, is be faithful, and genuine Orthodox are doing the same thing, and we're being persecuted, being called the treadmill makers for the same reason, right? Just being faithful.
Very true. So once again, we've got a lot of people watching, so if you're sick of the game, let's talk religion instead. Call in.
Jump up here. Don't be shy.
Let me see.
Father Boniface might hurt you, but I won't.
Well, Daniel York says, question for Reader John, are you ethnically Jewish?
Yes.
Okay. Matthew Metanoia says, wickedness does have a fascination with inversion. Well, yeah, and we see that now today, even with their twisted halftime show and with other things. Once again, I just want to note, if you're sick of the game,
not just inversion, perversion. Yep.
Absolute perversion.
Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, light, who substitute light for darkness and darkness for light. Nothing new.
Absolutely true. All right, so this is the last fundraising push I can probably make, because this actually looks like it's going to wrap up pretty early. I did check Google to see the progress of the event, and it's almost over. So it's a shocker. Those sad fans, man. Okay, so I'm going to start by saying help keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at NFTU.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give, Send, Go. Just look in the description. PayPal and Cash App are the fastest ways to help. The YouTube comments, they help pay the bills. So like Super Chats, they help us pay our usual bills and things like that. BTC, LTC, and XMR, I kind of have low expectations because of what has happened in the crypto world in the past week or so. we had to do some catch up on the rent and stuff. And as I said, Give, Send, Go takes out the least, but it does take the longest because it takes about 5 days. So immediate help is the easiest ways are PayPal and Cash App, which are on NFTU.net. Our current goal is 265. We've got up to 235. So we're about almost halfway there. As I mentioned earlier, there is the issue with the car's rear lift gate. The latch for the trunk actually snapped because of the cold snap. I guess it just yeah. So it's something I have to fix, along with our regular bills.
Is it a Honda?
No. It's a Jeep. That
Jeep?
blew my mind. Wow. Yeah, I blew my mind. I was like, okay.
Are those made out of metal?
They are mostly made out of metal. I think that I don't know
I guess they're not welded then.
Well, no, that particular piece might be a fiberglass combination. And then it snapped, and the piece that snapped.
The nuts at the Super Bowl aren't welded either. Go ahead.
And so anything anyone can do. Also, as I mentioned, we have regular bills to pay as well. But so again, thank you for everyone who helped. We are trying to reach the goal, and it is our last push. As I mentioned, it's been kind of a crazy week. Found out that I had diabetes type 2. So it's everything is my whole world is in another.
So sugar-free
place.
for you, right?
Yeah, I usually drink a lot of sugar-free stuff anyway, but I didn't care if I drank sugary stuff, and that was a huge problem. I can't do that anymore. I obviously didn't care about carbs. I try to eat less of them so I wouldn't get fat, but now it's a life and death thing.
Are they putting you on the traditional thing they usually do, or are they going straight to those GLP-1 things?
No, I'm not. First off, I'm not using anything except old-fashioned methods. So right now, my doctor told me metformin. I have to meet with the pharmacist on Tuesday and then kind of see what options there are for like glucometers, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
When this started on Thursday, I was kind of excited about it. I was like, "Oh, this is a new phase in my life." It was about 4 pinpricks later to the finger that I realized, okay, my life has changed substantially, and I'm not happy about it. But it's something I'm going to have to work through, fight through, etc. And I'm bringing that up not because I'm trying to develop. Okay, it is because I'm trying to develop sympathy. Because frankly, I really hope to reach this goal, and unfortunately, one thing is, again, immediate help is appreciated, but it's just. Yeah, no. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of what I'm pushing for. But also,
no more donuts.
Yeah.
My question is about diet sodas and stuff is made with aspartame.
Yeah.
And sugar alcohol is a worse sugar than normal sugar.
Sucralose.
Yeah.
It's stronger. So we stay away from that. That stuff. Just you know what I did, and I react to a lot of sugar, I think, myself, even though I'm not diagnosed as diabetic, but I used to just drink fruit drinks, and I used to make it 1/5 water juice and 4/5 water just to have some flavor to it. I do that now, but I'm been cutting back on that for the time being. But I would just, they say white is not right. Like that's what a lot of the chiropractors say. White sugar, white flour, white rice.
Right.
Stay away from it because high sugar content and GMOs too. GMOs. American wheat will not be bought in Europe. They don't want it because it's high GMO.
That's scary.
Yeah.
It is, but it's a fact. You can research that.
Yeah, you have to pick your wheat carefully these days. Yeah. It's pretty bad.
Well,
but now one thing that shocked me is just how it really upset me is it's the marketing industry. And what I'm saying about this is, like, I'm a big fan of stevia. And so I like stevia. It tastes natural, so on and so forth. But at first I was buying bags of stevia, and it said 100% pure stevia, big green bags. And then you had like these you had these packets of stevia. And then what ends up happening is it turns out that it's mixed. So I was like, and it's like they changed the color to blue, like greenish blue, and I'm like, okay, so there's a sign it's wrong. So I went back to my green bag, finally opened it up today yesterday because of the Thursday thing. I'm like, that's it. I'm gonna grab my stevia, and it's not pure stevia. It's mostly maltodextrin.
Yep.
And so maltodextrin actually hurts diabetics. The very purpose I bought the stevia for. It's like lied to. So I'm gonna have to look into liquid stevia.
Look into foods that reduce your insulin resistance.
Okay. And then let me see here. Debt to Compromise says I'm looking into whole barley. It's useful as a substitute, but remember it can't be used for well, that doesn't matter to you, but Eucharistic bread, like for example, should be pure wheat. Little Wing says raw local honey. I don't know how honey. I'm still new at this whole diabetes thing, so I don't know. Like, is honey good? Is honey bad?
Well, there are a lot of good things to honey. You just got to be careful with it. Honey's a natural sweetener, and it, so anyway, I was we're looking into grain, grinding our own grain. And making for wheat flour, which is, and then using sourdough as your starter, making bread from scratch and using sourdough instead of a yeast. Sourdough is a natural yeast. And so just like the wine I get is Sacramento wine, it's yeast from the skin of the grape, and it's not no added yeast. And boy, that's the best wine I've ever tasted. Honestly,
I'll take a real good nap after that one. Post a liturgical nap.
it's just for Eucharist. I can't drink that much.
A little bit goes a long way, Father.
Oh, we got a bunch of questions coming in now. So, question for Father Boniface: what's the average diet of a Western Rite hermit and monk, and is the fast different in the Western Rite when it comes to Wednesdays and Fridays?
Wednesdays and Fridays are fish, no meat.
Yeah.
And Father Joseph, you know even more than I do, because I've had to be on a strict diet because of my food allergies.
Right.
So-
mean, I would answer this way because Father Boniface, as you know, he is an older hermit. He has like a little fewer. He has fewer limitations. Economia from the bishop, etc.
Yeah.
If you're asking what's the major difference in the Western Rite fast, the biggest difference is the allowance of fish.
More fish food.
Yeah. That's basically it. That there's outside of that, the concept of wine and oil days kind of doesn't really exist. So, you know, the whole point is,
is there more fast days on the Western Rite calendar?
There are technically more fast days on the Western Rite calendar because of the Michaelmas fast.
But don't they make it more of a distinction between abstinence versus?
Yeah, and they do make more of a distinction on abstinence because abstinence is throughout the day, whereas fasting is till usually the 9th hour or 3 p.m. Let me see here. Stephanie says monk fruit for sweetener. I've heard about it.
Oh yeah,
I've never tried it.
I forgot about that. Sometimes they put it in ice creams that are non-dairy. Sometimes.
Really, I'm still confused as to what a monk fruit is because I've seen it also used as a substitute.
It's the fruit that Father Boniface uses.
Yeah, monk fruit. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, what is it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, let's continue on. Tawny Shields says, Reader John, people say that Jesus was brown complected and akin to an African, but it's genetically proven that Jewish people have a boxwood complexion, which is a light tan or connie colored.
That's true. I'm a light olive, I would say.
Yeah, well, that's very typical for the Mediterranean area, but I mean,
I'm more of a yellowish tinge, I would say.
The problem is that what people mean by brown varies. So, like in some cases,
I'm thinking of Hispanic. I'm like, what? No, I'm not that brown.
And then there's different kinds of brown for Hispanics too, because some people will say that.
Like South American versus like Spain. Spain, you can be brown haired or blonde haired and blue eyed.
Romagata 3807 says, good evening. Question. True Orthodox Old Countess looks at World Orthodox. Old Countess says no mystery or mysteries or grace. How to know for sure without blaspheming the Holy Spirit? Well, they said it first. So they said it about us first. So how do we know for sure without blaspheming the Holy Spirit? We know that if we are faithful to Orthodoxy, we are not blaspheming the Holy Spirit. And if they say that they have a right to do things which are against the tradition of the church,
us, technically.
Yeah, so that's what I would say. Atomic Lead says we get olive oil. Yes, we do. That's a Western Rite thing. For most days, actually, that's allowed in the East. So let me see here. And can vary greatly from the very light-skinned Ashkenazi Jewish people who even have red hair. So a person I'm talking about was arguing Jesus was black. I don't think he was black. There's not a good argument for that. The best argument I've heard, and it's not even a really good one, is
we have descriptions of him, and they say he was just what was it, tawny skinned or something?
Yeah, and people pointed to the woolly hair in Revelation. That's the best argument I've heard, but that implies that
he was a day laborer. In his youth,
let me see here. Monk fruit is very good. This was a debate about ice. Jesus wasn't a criminal, so forgive me if that's not a valid point.
Unless you're a first century Pharisee.
And so let me see here. So we're taking questions here, and we are, again, we're gonna go until the very end. God willing, we can make the goal. And once again, if you are looking to, if you're sick of the game, and by now maybe we'll get some, okay.
I think we're gonna have an influx of people when the game goes south, and then donations are gonna come in. You're gonna have to be stuck here until midnight.
Oh, I hope that happens. Look, I want as much time possible to reach the goal.
Yeah.
So, from my perspective, not watching the game makes it easier for me. But in any case, again, if you're sick of the game, let's talk religion instead. Just call in. You can click the link at the top of the chat on YouTube. You can click the link, the StreamYard link on X or Odyssey, and ask your questions. Make your comments.
We're getting heavy.
Now, when Bad Bunny has done his act, does he go back to his cage?
Yes, he's a very bad bunny.
He's already back. He's already, back like in the cage with Lady Gaga and Ricky Martin.
Yeah.
They just hopefully all, put them wherever.
Bad Bunny.
Even the name is ridiculous.
You are very bad bunny. Go to your cage.
I'm sorry. Well, at least from what I saw, he didn't wear a dress. So I'm like, okay, at least he decided not to be degenerate here.
There's other ways to be
that's a
degenerate.
plus. That's a plus.
Does he get paid in carrots?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
That the compromise says
sorry.
Dono. This is what I'm putting up free because please Dono. Dono. They're
Dono,
backstage
but
with
he's no longer Father Joe Nuts because of diabetes.
Oh yeah, I can't be Father Joe Nuts now because of the diabetes.
Yeah.
Oh, this is depressing. Unless I guess don't eat all day and then I can have one, I guess. Let me see here.
You have to develop your own donut.
Question. Daniel York says, question for I said from Reader John, but I assume it means for Reader John. Thoughts on Nick Fuentes?
He's entertaining.
Yeah, I guess. I guess.
He's got a weird sense of humor, but I wouldn't endorse him. He's just one of those little. Don't get me started. But so the generations coming behind me, they're perfecting the hustle economy, is what I call it, and he's just running a hustle like everybody else that's trying to.
Yeah, I think he went too far with the Jeffrey Epstein merch, but that's
that's how you get attention in this kind of culture.
Yeah, I know.
And maybe my question would be: is there any sincerity in these people, or are they just marketing and playing games just
doing
to
the
make
grift?
money?
Yeah,
it's literally a hustle, Father. I mean, I don't think any of them are genuine.
That to compromise says Fuentes is the Bad Bunny of the alt-right. I was actually going to say, I put Fuentes and Bad Bunny in the same category.
So where's his cage at?
It's probably his mom's basement. Anyway.
Based on what I've heard, he's never going to get a date. So.
Yanakari says, Father, is there actual evidence you can point to that Georgia is looking to rejoin the WCC after the Raposa Patriarchal Leah? I would say that it's
read
really
the newspapers over there.
Yeah, I would say read stuff coming out of the Georgian seminaries. Look at what their current stuff is. A lot of people fled the Georgian Patriarchate even after he rejoined the WCC because they saw he was insincere. So, Atomic Lead has, I don't know what that comparison means. Oh, they're gay. Very simply, there you go. It's
ta-da!
Ta-da!
They're the G in LGBT. I'm trying not to get you demonetized on it.
All right. I'll try to stop saying the words and just be like, it's a G. G unit.
Sad we have to do this on YouTube. We need to go to Rumble, guys.
Gotta go to Rumble. Well, we're on Odyssey, so maybe we should just concentrate more on Odyssey.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Rumble. I tried to work it. It didn't work well the first time. I didn't have.
They have a wallet now. They have
cool.
They have a super chat system now. So I'm like, So.
Yeah. Now, Rumagata 3807 says, "Is it true, Saint Chrysostomus, the Florida didn't believe people should be rechrismated as it was blasphemous against the Holy Spirit and did not ordain bishops in hopes of the old Greeks unite with the new Greeks. The first part is true because that's due to the recency of the schism. When it first occurs, you don't like start demanding chrismation off of everyone. You work towards seeing who in the former body
Fashion.
will come back and realize their errors. So that's why. Did not ordain bishops in hopes of old Greeks uniting with new Greeks. No, I think he was pretty disillusioned by the end of his life that would happen, and that's why he suggested people should go to the bishops of Bishop Matthew.
Are we talking about St. Chrysostomos?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he didn't ordain. Yeah,
he got very quiet near the end. He was
Atomic Lead says, "My thanks for the clear elaboration. LOL." Sorry, that's as clear as we can get.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, so let's see here. So things are going as they are. Were the English that served in the Varangian Guard Western Orthodox, or did they transfer to the Eastern Rite? I don't know much about the Varangian Guard, but I can check. Hold on.
That's a good question.
It's a very trivia heavy question. I did not even think about that.
I don't know if we have a lot of documentation on it, to be honest.
Well, yeah, but there's ways to find out.
Yeah. Weren't they conscripts? So, I don't know.
Okay, let me see here. Yeah, well, just for fun, I decided to ask Braves AI, and the answer it gave was actually pretty interesting.
Okay.
It said it's got footnotes and citations, and it said English members of the Varangian Guard were primarily Orthodox Christians, though some may have been Catholic before joining. After the Norman conquest of England in 1066, many Anglo-Saxon soldiers and nobles were displaced and sought service abroad. Some joined the Varangian Guard, which was part of the Byzantine Empire's elite military force. At that time, England had already been Christianized, with Catholicism being the dominant form of Christianity under the Norman rulers, which is, if this was after 1066, then it would have been right at the point where the West started to completely fall away from Orthodoxy with the whole Hildebrandian thing.
Yeah.
However, the Byzantine Empire was Eastern Orthodox, and the Varangian Guard, as a unit serving the Byzantine Emperor, operated within the Orthodox religious and political framework. While many individual English recruits may have been raised Catholic, they were expected to conform to the religious practices of the Byzantine court, including attending Orthodox services and adhering to Orthodox doctrine. Over time, many became integrated into the Orthodox tradition, especially as they served for years in Constantinople. The Guard's loyalty was to the emperor, not to a specific Western or Eastern Christian denomination, but their service was firmly within the Orthodox context of the Byzantine Empire. Thus, although the English recruits were originally Catholic, their services in the Varangian Guard placed them in the Orthodox sphere, and many adopted and likely practiced Eastern Orthodox Christianity during their time in the Guard, and presumably after. So, yeah, that was interesting.
So if they weren't committed, they were at least heavily influenced.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there's more viewers coming in. If you're sick of the game, let's talk religion instead.
Yeah.
Call in.
A mega donation.
Different goalposts. Different goalposts. Different scorecard.
Our goalposts are outside the stadium. All right. Let me see here. Well, Scandinavia was Christianized by the West. Makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Very true.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's continue on and let's see here. What else is happening?
I was curious who they cited for that.
Well, let me see. Hold on. I should still have.
Well, we have a helmet too. We have a helmet of salvation.
Oh, that's true. But do we have shin guards?
Well, soccer do. So what we got? Well, the legs. The what is it? The breastplate of righteousness, the girdle of truth, the belt of truth. The shoes of the gospel of peace. So we just got regular shoes. I don't think we have spikes in them, but anyway, You know, so we got our uniform, we got our armor.
That would make the liturgy
Cool.
very difficult.
All right.
People just got to join the right team, you know. Our team's a winning team. There's no losers.
Yeah, Romagata says St. Chrysostomos Florinite wanted people to go to Matthewites, and where can one find that information? He was against those Matthewite beliefs, from what I've read so far. No. By 1950, his statement conformed completely with the Matthewite tradition as well. So they didn't have any different beliefs.
He only reposed 5 years later. So
Yeah, and so yeah, he didn't. I'm from what I understand, it's what he told us. What he told certain spiritual children. The record of that is in the struggle against ecumenism by a Holy Transfiguration Monastery. But that's what I've got there. But they didn't have different beliefs. The question was whether there was new grace in the new calendarists, and by 1950, they all agreed that they didn't.
as much as we can trust Holy Transfiguration Monastery.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're not the only people I've heard that from, is my point.
I know. I'm just saying.
Let me see here. What is the Palestine Orthodox Church? It is a made-up church by a former bishop of the Polish National Catholic Church who attempted to scam his way first into Rokor and then into Greece.
That's what I call a grifter.
Yeah. With the
that's a real grifter, guys.
Yeah. And he was basically. Now the amazing part I've seen recently, this is going to blow your mind if you did not follow my X and where people go off in different directions all over the place. Guess where the last place they were finding Ramsey Misal at was? Concelebrating in Serbia with the Patriarchate and then in Jerusalem.
That's right.
It's like I was blown away. I saw there were pictures.
That guy's everywhere.
He gets his way around, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He was just taking advantage of a situation where Jerusalem pulled out of the States.
Yeah.
And there's the transition to the Greeks was not very tidy. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people that were unhappy with the move. So
yeah, Polka isn't accepted by anyone. My old spiritual father joined them. Yeah, I'm horrified at
I knew a priest that joined them.
Swayed, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got diluted by them.
Little Fish Big Mountain asked, when Rokor split in 2007, was it an even split or did significantly more go either MP or Agafungal? No, significantly more went to the MP. A large group went with Metropolitan Agafungal, but it's important to remember that that's not the first split. It was the last split. The first split was in 2001, and a lot of people went to Rossi. So they lost about
St. Vitali.
Yeah, they lost about 10-15% of their people then. And so then when Rokor split in 2007, that was another I would say 30% of the Rokor. So in actuality, of the original number Rokor, about 40% are in different Rokor groupings, and the other part joined the MP. So still a majority, but not nearly as much as people think.
And then I would say since 2013 till present, there's been individuals and chunks of people kind of matriculating the way over to the GOC.
Yep. Let's see here. Reader John, did any of your it's questions from Romagata. Reader John, did any of your immediate family become Orthodox with you? What synod are you with? Did you go from World Orthodoxy to True Orthodoxy, or started out in True Orthodoxy? Glory to God.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Well, I don't answer anything you don't feel comfortable with, but because it's your personal life.
So immediate family, like immediate family, like my sons were coming in with me. So I and my sons started out in World Orthodoxy. We're working our way over to True Orthodoxy. Still waiting for the one document that I need. And then as far as like extended family, not really, because they weren't religious to start off with. Most of them are culturally Jewish, not even religious Jews anymore. So, because, well, you'd have to be within Judaism to see like what's happened in the past 50 years. So it's all gone downhill. So
Yep. Okay. So let me think here. Let's see here. What else we've got here? Raphael XCIC says more went to the MP because of years of infiltration. That's true. Romagato says, is it true that in order for the mysteries to be invalid, the bishop has to be deposed? No. If a bishop's a heretic, then his mysteries are not to be trusted at all. Like, we don't have any concept of. Well, we do have some concept of ecclesia supplet for like cases where there was unknowing. Well, we don't have that for cases
Not
where it's
anymore.
obvious that knowledgeable heretics. So no.
like how fast our information travels now, I don't think like a lot of things we could have said had extenuating circumstances because of lack of communication way back when. I don't think would apply the same way it does now because we.
Well, I mean, one thing to remember is insofar like people often say that because they didn't have communication back then. With the case of
they
Nestorius,
do.
for
They
example,
it's just not near instant like us. So
yeah. But in the case of Nestorius, people were forming other altars as soon as he spoke his heresy.
yeah.
So
yeah,
it is that you do it as soon as you can.
locally.
And find the true bishop. Let me see here. Daniel York says, question for Father Boniface. What did the Normans do to the English church's structure and liturgy and saints? And do you Saint Evo? I assume that's Evo of Chartres.
Emo.
Evo.
Oh, okay.
Evo. What did the Normans do? Well, I've read Vladimir Moss, and it's with the I'm not full knowledge, but I could say this is that the Normans came in, and the prophecy was, who was that? Edward the Confessor, or which king was involved then? He prophesied that after his death, England would change within a year and a day. And so that prophecy came true when William the Conqueror became king. When he became king, he went out and attempted and did a good job at destroying the Orthodox Church
The Orthodox
and
hierarchy.
replacing them with Roman Catholic clerics.
Yeah.
Okay, so that, and they worked at that for every church and every monastery to replace them completely. And
that-
so,
And then when you
So
started
that's-
seeing effeminate clergy too.
I would say effeminate clergy probably took place ever since they adopted rationalism, and then ever since they adopted enforcing celibacy.
Like invisibly so. Or then they
'cause-
started Normans shave their beards and stuff.
Okay, so anyway, well, you can add on with those particulars which I'm not fully aware of, but as
Okay.
far as the general temperament of the church, it lost its orthodoxy and took on the flavor of Rome, which meant, okay, so effeminacy, rationalism, because looking at Richard St. Victor, they adopted that not only in their theology, but in their spirituality, which became earth-centered instead of heaven-centered.
Yeah.
And so, you've got the destruction of the faith of orthodoxy, and I would say that probably vestiges of it remained to a degree, which it always happens. You're going to have faith in the church, but it may be tucked under the rug somewhere. And the manuscripts, obviously, some were preserved because we have them in the form of our own psalters. They were preserved in certain cathedrals. They were probably hidden under the table somewhere, obviously. But anyway, so it's unfortunate, but that's what happened to England. And then, so that's, I guess, and it's interesting that when William the Conqueror died, his body was so riddled with stench and disease that the whole church stunk, and people couldn't even enter the church practically for the putridness of his body. He died like what, Arius, or he died like Pontius Pilate, or some of the famous figures, apostate figures who were riddled with disease. And so that was his testimony, and that was the spiritual condition of England. And so Orthodoxy in England has been a struggle for, 1,000 years now, and it's reviving. And I appreciate your prayers about that, because we're looking to revive the liturgy, over in England, with the pre-Sarum rite that we have and the psalters that we have are pre-schism, and we're looking to promulgate them. So anyway, that's the best I can answer. You all can add more onto that, I'm sure.
Well, I can add on to that. We don't recognize Ivo of Chartres as a saint. He actually was involved in the de-orthodoxification of England. He was involved very heavily on the Hildebrandian side under Urban II. Yeah, the papalization, we'll say. Okay. And so they didn't make too many changes at the outset, but they started making changes fairly quickly within 50 to 100 years. And so the tradition that we have is actually about, if I remember correctly, about 100 years before any of that happened. So it goes back to like the Portatorium of Svaldi, if I remember correctly, is like something like 921 or something. So it's like way before Ivo of Chartres.
Were they starting to subsume the local rites already at that time?
To some degree, yeah. Well, that started with the Hildebrandians. Like that happened in Spain, for example. That's when the Mozarabic rite was.
But did the Norman conquest seal the deal?
They not so much, not like that, because if you actually look at the post-schism Sarum missal, it's almost identical to the pre-schism one. So there's very little. You don't really see massive, too much change until probably the 14th century or so. Yeah, and then you get to the Reformation, and the Sarum rite ends up becoming the symbol that you're Catholic, as opposed to. So there were some changes there, but they were relatively minor.
Reformation messes up everything.
That to compromise as is Father Boniface wearing a Western Rite garb or just a hoodie?
I'm just wearing a hoodie.
Yeah, it's just a hoodie probably because cold.
Yeah,
that's why I had
this
one
the
here.
fact that he's wearing it makes it Western, right?
Yeah, it is now. Let's see. Let's see here if I missed any. Ramagata says the mysteries are still valid until bishop is deposed. So how can the mysteries be invalid? That's saying the entire world Orthodoxy has no greatest mysteries, asking because this is what canons say about it. Continue trying to understand mysteries being invalid until said bishop is being deposed in Orthodox canons. The reason why is because the canons presume two things. They presume either A, canonical court is possible, or B, a canonical court is impossible. In fact, there is no discussion of the validity of mysteries in any of the canons. It's not a concept that exists. So the concept of the mysteries are valid till the bishop is deposed is actually Roman Catholic. It doesn't make that distinction because either you can or you can't depose a bishop. And if you can't depose a bishop, that area is considered lost and people are asked to flee, so on and so forth. This is why the canons talk about regaining sees. And this is why there's kind of the skeletal form, and it says 2 or 3 bishops can make a bishop, because of the fact that sometimes things can get that small in a region, but they have to have the ability to reproduce and to rebuild. And that's kind of where we are, especially if you look at Greece or Russia, where there are people in the millions who are contending for the true faith the way they're supposed to, led by bishops who are doing the same. So this is something that you have to keep in mind, that discussions of depositions, etc., assume a period of ecclesiastical normalcy. And we have not been in a period of ecclesiastical normalcy for hundreds of years. And this is why you see multiple solutions being applied to, for example, people received from the Uniates, because of the fact that it was a flux situation where suddenly a bishop would turn on one side, suddenly side with the Pope, and then, what happens to those people? So I don't think of it in terms. I understand the Oh, go ahead.
Is that where we get the argument of potential schism versus actual schism?
Basically, that's exactly what St. Chrysostomus was talking about, but
Yeah.
that also opens the door to being misunderstood.
Oh, yeah.
What to be remembered is that in the heat of the conflict, the church has all the tools necessary to continue surviving. And so, unfortunately, while it does, when you think in terms of big institutions and very famous buildings and cathedrals being lost, this sort of thing has happened before in history. And sometimes they're regained and sometimes they're not. So I would just say, I know it's hard, it's harsh, it seems like, but you have to realize that when you start, when you start persecuting, imprisoning, and murdering people over they're not wanting to use the Pope's calendar, those aren't the good guys. So in any case,
let's just say the Roman Catholics didn't grow because people were drawn to them.
Yeah,
they were forced into them.
Let me see here. I was talking about the Persian bishop who went to England to force St. Augustine of Canterbury. Vladimir talks about him in A Century of English. Scanity. I haven't read that work yet, so I can't answer definitively. I'd have to look at what you're talking about. Latin Boy 305 says, Father Joseph, I just came back to the live podcast. Have you checked your fasting insulin? I'm really, I don't even know what that is. Well, I know there's glucose, and there's a little machine, you prick it, and then it gives you a number, and my numbers have been consistently bad. And I take metformin, and I have to see the pharmacist on Tuesdays. So I don't know what fasting insulin is. I'm sure I will learn about it very soon. I
think that's when you wake up in the morning and before you eat something. Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah. Well, right.
Yeah, that's fasting glucose.
Yeah, that's fasting glucose. But the problem is that because of the fact that I don't have a glucometer or strips yet,
it's a mystery.
So I'm ending up using. I have to wait until Tuesday.
Yeah. He has to wait till he can measure it, guys.
Okay, Vromagata says, can it not be a grave mistake for Synod's clergy leaders to declare no mysteries, grace, in world orthodoxy or true orthodoxy? The unforgivable sin is black. You keep repeating this, but the point is the new calendarists and the surgeonists said it first.
Well, you would be a great fit. Why aren't
you asking them that question?
You would be a great fit for a synod that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't start the fire.
Yeah, the whole notion of synods and resistance. Not that I'm saying that the one, not the one that united with the Clinico Synod. I'm just saying synods and resistance in general kind of travel this conundrum of what about the new calendars and what about the old calendars? But when you break it down to who has been faithful to the confession of the faith, which it was the main criteria for being Orthodox until this whole invention in the 18th, 19th, and 20th century of canonicity, whatever that means, then the argument about who's in communion with who becomes more clear because new calendarists have innovations, and I think they're even working on new doctrines at this point, or at least twisting ecclesiology, versus the so-called old calendarists, or us true or genuine Orthodox, have been consistent about the confession of faith since the new calendars came onto the scene. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Latin Boy 305 says most doctors won't mention fasting insulin. Fasting insulin tells you how well your insulin is working. You should be checked with A1C and fasting glucose. Okay, just to clarify, I discovered this on Thursday night. Okay, I'm not. If I can avoid insulin insulin stuff, I will right now. And that has not been mentioned to me. If it is, I will update. But I'm hoping to fix this with diet and with medication. And if I can't, so be it. But
yeah, and I don't think Father wants to broadcasts his numbers and stuff on the internet.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah.
So if you're trying to get information, then I'd give up on it. He's going to take care of it. Don't worry.
Romagato says, everyone can go to where the conscience leads, but to declare no mysteries, grace can be considered blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. Then again, I must ask the question again, who blasphemed against the Holy Spirit first, if you really feel that way? Obviously, the new calendarists and Sergianist hierarchies. It's that
Who
simple.
fell into heresy?
Yeah. Latin Boy 305 says, are you staying away from seed oils? I've been staying away from seed oils for a very long time. I
You
don't
were doing
trust
it
them.
before it was cool.
What?
You were doing it before it was cool.
Yeah. I was doing it back when it was conspiracy theory. Okay, 1 second, please.
Got some nosy people in the live chat tonight. Still there, but Father Boniface. Let me see.
Okay. Let me see here.
Okay.
Let me see, because you see that you're making now. Look, Ramagata, now you're making excuses. New Calendars, World Orthodox call it no grace, maybe because it's considered the TOOC system. Oh, so in other words, we didn't change anything, but we're the schismatics. You see what you're doing? Do you see
So
what
you're
you're doing?
World Orthodox?
You're making excuses for the people who attacked and persecuted and killed people
And
So
left
they-
the church.
Yeah. Yeah, Latin Boys, I was just trying to help. The medical industry doesn't tell you the whole picture. Magnesium also helps your insulin work better. I will look into magnesium. Okay.
Thank you.
And thank you for that. Let's take a look here. What else have we got going? Okay, so just once again, a reminder, just gonna throw this out there. Once again, please support NFTU. Go to NFTU and support in a variety of ways at the bottom of the page. Help us keep the lights on. Support us by subscribing or donating at NFTU.net with various options like PayPal, Cash App, BTC, LTC, or XMR, or on Give, Send, Go. Just look in the description. Currently, we are at 235 with a goal of 265 left for 500 because of the car thing. For those who missed it, we had a very big cold snap for over the past week, and apparently, when trying to open up the lift gate on the back with the latch, the assembly popped off. It literally cracked off.
He said Hulk smash.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but anything we can do to help as well as the regular bills would be really appreciated. Let me see here. Okay, Ramagata says, I'm just trying to understand TOOC view. I'm confused. Why not ask your own hierarchy why they don't recognize the true Orthodox? And they'll give you the same answer we do. Little Fish Big Mountain says, meanwhile, they say things like the Roman Catholics aren't in heresy but in schism, but they mean that to imply that there's some extenuating grace there. But
They're
when the
trying to
TO are
unite.
schismatics, then there's no grace for them. Valid point, Little Fish Big Mountain. Daniel York says, does your church, Father Joseph and also Father Boniface, recognize St. Photius Theological Seminary? How do you recognize a seminary? I mean, I've seen like some of their videos and their coursework. It looks great.
Yeah.
But as an institution, it's primarily an educational institution, not necessarily an ecclesiological institution. But I mean, it just
They have
depends. Some
great
people are
lectures.
not fans of the seminary system in general, but I have some respect for it, and it looks like the work they're doing is pretty good. Ramagata says, trying to be respectful, not upset anyone about grace mysteries being invalid in World Orthodoxy canonical. But if your church is saying we
But
don't
if you
have
cut
mystery,
yourself, if you cut yourself off from the church, then what do you have? Because we were here first. New calendars are new. That's why they're called new calendars.
Yes, as I've mentioned before on Twitter, I have a hot dog stand older than your calendar nearby. So I mean, that just keep that in mind. And
Hot dog.
not only were you willing to change to the Pope's calendar, but also imprison and kill people who didn't go along with it.
Yeah,
Like
new
that
calendars are like
is-
the Bad Bunny of
Oh,
20th century.
No. But all I'm saying is look into that. And then once you do, ask yourself if maybe you might be backing the wrong people.
Father, I hate to say this. I hate to say
What?
this, but if you said hot dog stand, that sounds like something related to sports, at the stadiums.
Oh, no. Father, you
There's
have
a
to be
Maybe the
let-
goalpost.
there's a guy there's a guy at Philadelphia. His name was Charlie Frank, and he has the world's record for selling hot dogs in 1 hour.
Wow.
Well,
I
let's
actually
be
bought a
fair.
hot dog from him way back when. But anyway,
what was the name of his stand? Was it like Frank's?
no, he was walking through the stands. The people in the stands would come up to him, and he used to go dogs, and then but his last name was Frank.
It's
So-
pretty fun. Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Enough of
Okay.
that color commentary for the game. But
No
I'm
problem.
going. I'm making some food, so I'm going to sign off for a minute,
Okay. Latin boys.
or at least mute myself. That is.
Okay. Father, using a BMR calculator will be helpful. It's different from BMI. You can just Google BMR calculator. Okay. Yeah.
He just
Unicorn
found out
says
this
my
week.
mother was a type 2 diabetic from the age of 14 to 52. She tried everything. She's a pharmacist. When she was 52, she tried the keto for 6 months. Diabetes completely reversed. She is stuck with keto in various forms, and her diabetes is never. Yeah, I've been looking into getting back to a more keto diet. I've cut out the carbs, but I'm finding hidden sugars and everything.
Yeah, protein
yeah.
heavy diet is going to help you.
I'm skeptical of the tried to and had their diabetes reversed. Something to consider for it. Yes, I am considering the keto diet.
My dad's had a type 2, and he's reversed it at some point, but then he kind of fell back into it. So
Yeah, I think it ultimately comes down to how much weight you lose, the calories, and so on and so forth. That's as far as I can think. All right, give me just a moment.
diabetes. What if we could set up a fight between Cadbury Bunny and the Bad Bunny? That'd be entertaining. Be more entertaining than the Super Bowl. Let's see if I can see what's going on.
Okay, I'm back. All right.
Keep leaving that blind guy on here.
Sorry about that.
Carry that live track.
Explain how you were qualified to say World Orthodox new calendars do not have mysteries or grace besides they said it first. Well, they chose a heretical path. That's how.
Let me ask you a question. So, what was the reason? What was the need to go to the new calendar? Because if you look at the history around it, it's not because we needed something more astronomically correct. It's a lot more insidious than that. Then get back to me. All right, sorry, Father. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about keto and I guess ketovore and carnivore.
More bacon.
I'm gonna try my best to just follow my doctor's advice.
There you go.
Yeah, and let me see here. Romagana says, I want to understand the no valid mysteries grace issue from the true Orthodox perspective. It is literally the same argument from the other side. That's just standard Orthodox teaching on schism and on heresy. It's
So we actually apply it because you guys are the innovation.
Yeah. Well, it's some of heretical path, not all. Little Fishwick Mountain says, because some Freemasons push ecumenism to celebrate with Papists and Protestants, so obviously we have to go along with them because they're clergy, right? Yeah, I mean, that's basically the issue right there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it is official. The sporting event has ended. So at this point, I guess we're gonna have to call it a loss, even though it was a good show with 235. We really appreciate that. I have a feeling I'm probably gonna have to do another show about the car because we'll find out how much the car is and we'll see. But let me see here. Just remember that your doctor went to a Rockefeller-funded school. I understand completely, but I
think his doctor knows his needs and what he believes.
Yeah, my doctor and I have a pretty decent understanding, so I understand that I'm going to work with the doctor, and I'm going to work both inside and outside the system to get the best information possible. I'm not going to chase every fad. Some of these people, I consider Dr. Paul Saladino, I consider kind of a salesman. I don't trust him. And all doctors are technically salesmen. At the very least, they're drug dealers. It's just a question, yeah. So I'm going to try what works and see what works and so on and so forth. And let me see here. The grace that are in the official churches would bring one a curse if they're actively in communion with heretics like the Antioch and Greek Archdiocese, even before condemnation. The grace that's not there is not necessarily a good thing if they have grace at this point. Actually, that's true. St. Augustine does argue that if they do have grace, it actually, in schism, it actually condemns them. Little Fish McMountain says, it seems you're advocating the fight from within position. It's been addressed many times. Maybe read Orthodox Traditionalist publication, History of Resistance. All right, so
that's a good idea.
Yeah. So basically, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it like this. I will give if we can raise even, I would say even a few dollars via the PayPal and Cash App. I will try to see if we could stay for an additional hour. But we are currently at 4 hours. So if we were to stay an additional hour, we'd be at 11:30, which would be the normal time if we succeed but we have to, basically, I'm going to give it 20 minutes. Hopefully something will happen. If not, well, we'll call it even. Let me put it this way. If we can get it to, let's see, I'm going to just say, 275, and if we can get it up to 270, we're at 235. We can get it up to 275 in the next, I'd say 15 minutes or so. I'm going to give it 17 minutes. We'll make it just an even 10:50. Then we'll continue on until 11:30. Otherwise, we're going to go. Let me see here. That's a compromise. Says pay up. LOLs. Yes, please do. We really need it. Romagata says schism is worse than heresy. Well, that depends on what perspective you're looking at it. If you're looking at it from inside or outside the gates of salvation, then I'd say they're pretty much both bad.
It would be easier to talk through this if you were up here too. That way we can answer your questions as they come versus come up, look down, come up, look down. You know what I mean? That way we can actually have a genuine organic conversation up here.
Yeah, Death to Compromise says Bad Bunny halftime was in Spanish. It was anti-ice coded. Oh, it was lots of coded things. But yeah, the anti-ice thing, they'd been kind of setting that up. Little Fish Big Mountain says, are the anathemas blasphemous? Does Rokor not fall under their own anathema? Why is having church boundaries blasphemy?
They
I
avoided
think it's a
they
very
avoided
real
out their
question.
anathema when they had the act of canonical communion.
Yeah. And they admitted that too.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm going to see if anything happens.
You know, it'd be
Sometimes
funny.
things don't happen. Huh?
If they had like Vanilla Ice do Ice Baby, just to counter Bad Bunnies.
You know, I
So-
was thinking that one thing about in understanding the schism debate or, these things is that the Apostle Paul, talks about, let me see here in Acts chapter 20:29, for I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. Also of your own selves shall men arise, speaking perverse things to draw away disciples after them. Therefore watch, and remember that by the space of 3 years I cease not to warn everyone night and day with tears. So people have to realize that they are enemies of the church. They are aggressive, and they will come in and try to destroy the flock. And so you have to be on your watch and on your guard. And if you're not on your watch, and if you don't believe what the Apostle Paul is saying here, and the book of Jude talks about it too, earnestly contend for the faith. And so if you're just sitting back in an easy chair thinking that it's all just going to happen by itself or whatever, you gotta, the scriptures are telling you otherwise, is that you need to be on your guard, you need to be aware, you need to be studied, you need to be active, and to share your thoughts and call and be faithful yourself. So, you're in a battle. You're in a battle, and that's the way it is.
Mhm.
God has ordained it. It's why he gave you armor to fight the fight.
Yep.
And so therefore, use it, but it's a good battle because you win the victory in Christ. Hey.
Yeah, Roman got to his argument, until council you can lead to a schism synod. I assume you mean a schismatic synod. Yes, the church corrected itself in the past. You're misunderstanding how the church corrected itself. For example, you're looking at, for one example, we can give 1724, the Church of Antioch. The entire Church of Antioch went into heresy and joined the Unia, and it wasn't until I think he's Saint Sylvester of Antioch went to Constantinople, got made a bishop, and they literally had a fight either to create or retake every building that had gone to the Roman Catholic Church. So no, it doesn't work the way that you're.
Now they're trying to join with them.
The Orthodoxy is not institutional like Roman Catholicism. It doesn't work that way. Jacob Clemens says Rokor would have fallen under the anathema of 1983 and 1983 if you take your view of anathemas, considering Rokor had entire dioceses in communion with the mainland jurisdictions. Jacob, I don't know how old you are, but what you stated was a lie. So just stop.
Read the act of canonical communion and look at the deposition of Archbishop Gabriel.
Yep, this stuff is all old. You're just not paying attention.
Yeah, it's the same old.
Conrad Cup says, seen it happen a lot. Church is destroyed. Exactly. Oh my God, if we run to make another church every time something happens, and we will all be schismatics. Yes, but that's okay. That literally happened during the Nestorian period, during the Nestorian controversy. It literally happened during the Arian crisis. It literally happened during the Iconoclast crisis. It literally happened.
Look at St. John Chrysostom.
Yeah, it literally happened to St. John Chrysostom. What you're talking about isn't real. What you're talking about, you're describing papism with Orthodox terminology.
Yeah, just like Jadar. It must be a Ortho bro now.
Yeah, exactly. So that's unfortunate, but that is their argument, and it's a bad papal argument. Funny how you guys appeal to Archbishop Gabriel, someone who wasn't even a bishop in 1983, LOL. So what? Like, I don't understand your point. Like, just because he wasn't a bishop in 1983, you think he wasn't part of the church in 1983? Did you not?
Just using his current title, guys. Come on.
Yeah. This
That position still stands.
This is kind of goofy.
Yeah.
Romagat says, answer this. If we leave every time something happens in all these groups, would we not schismed into groups in times infinity? No. Well, you will find factions and you will find them in church history, but then you find reunions and things getting better among the Orthodox parties.
So who's going into more schisms and who's uniting? Oh, wait, we're doing more uniting.
Yeah.
And you guys are the ones falling into more and more schisms.
Exactly.
Interesting.
So that's how.
How's that Moscow Constantinople thing going?
Yeah, and how's the overlapping Africa situation going?
Yeah, exactly.
Or the overlapping Asia situation going?
Oh, wait, you're not supposed to go into another jurisdiction. Oh, Russia, what are you doing in Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
So
Come on, guys.
what happened after the church corrected Nestorianism, iconoclasm, etc., and the way they did it is that the Orthodox anathematized the heretics.
Well, and you're forgetting.
What you're saying is that the innovators are the ones that need to correct themselves, and that's impossible.
Why would they correct themselves? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, there are times that, yeah, exactly.
The Orthodox are the ones who correct the innovation.
Yeah, there are times of survival and times of uniting. And Jake McClellan says, you're appealing to someone who had nothing to do with the 1983 anathema is my point. No, you're assuming that everyone in Rocor had something to do with the 1983 anathema. That's something that's just basic. So you're wrong.
You're taking a very Roman Catholic ecclesiology too.
Yeah, we're seeing this a dozen times. And let me see here. 100 years later, but that wasn't corrected. You guys literally had a schism in 2022 with BOSVR and GOCK. You aren't unified. They broke communion. That is something that they have to work out. That's called palace intrigue. Think of all the things we just described now. What's going on in Africa, what's going on in Asia, what's going on in South America. The Moscow Patriarchate Constantinople schism has effects. And so all the things you're claiming about us are increasingly true about you.
More so, actually.
Yeah, Ortho Adjust says still going. Wow. 9 more minutes. And if we do not, if we can't get to 275, then we will. We're going to cut it off then, and that will be the end of the broadcast.
I mean, no matter what they throw, the deposition still stands. I mean, they were literally asking about the anathema.
Yeah. Latin Boy 305 says, would you say the Florinites ended up agreeing with the Matthewites regarding grace when St. Philaret wrote the anathema against ecumenism? Yes.
Which Archbishop Gabriel is actually an interesting case because who made him a bishop?
Who made him? Well, Metropolitan Valerian, I thought. Or, well, he was Bishop Valerian. Would have been Metropolitan Vitaly then, I guess. So. Who? Oh, Archbishop. Okay, lay it out on me. I don't remember who made Bishop Gabriel.
Recall Calandrus.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. The difference between the MP and the EP is that there's lay level communion, whereas BOSVR and GOCK, this isn't the case. First off, that's a legal fiction. In fact, you bishops are the ones who establish communion, not lay people. So what you're doing is you're pretending there's unity where there's not. That's called hypocrisy, not canonicity. Little Fish Big Mountain says, something happens isn't the same as every metropolitan archbishop teaching heresy bareheaded. Kirill has said he hopes the WCC will be the cradle of the church of the future. Muslims worship the same God, blessing Hindu temples, lighting the doors of the synagogues, promoting evolution, female deacons, not deaconesses, using the Theotokos, yes, to defend abortion, and so much more.
We literally just watched a Rocor priest allow their, I guess, Antiochian-leaning daughter who thinks she's a deaconess and lets her daughter be an altar girl.
Yep.
Preach from the Anfang. So does that happen in genuine Orthodoxy? Can you think of an instance, Father?
No. Ever.
Okay. Thank you.
We have mutual jurisdictions and communion with each other. Also, EP and MP don't think each other are graceless. Can you point to a statement where either of them has said that? Because I can't. Romagan says, so they do it, so we can do it, and make our own sects and multiple groups of schism groups. It doesn't make sense. I agree. It doesn't make sense.
Which doesn't make sense. That's why we're fostering unity.
Yeah, we're fostering the unity here. It's not, I hate to say this. It's not, it's not the world orthodoxy.
I can honestly say on this channel, I haven't noticed barely any of the polemics between the true Orthodox jurisdictions. I think we kind of call it what it is, where there's It's mainly personality issues, not really issues of doctrine. You know? There's only a couple of wayward jurisdictions.
Yeah, so let me see. So Romagata says, so they do it, we can do it and make one of our own sects. The multiple groups of schism groups, it doesn't make sense.
Hey, you guys are the crazy ones. You do what you do. Too crazy. That has nothing to do with us.
Orthodox says, isn't this the guy that got tempted by a young dude named Luke? Not to my knowledge. I have no idea.
That's the other Jacob.
That's a different guy, I think. Yeah, that's a different Jacob. Jane Somalian says, in the interview with Bishop Maxentius, they show pictures of the consecration. They used to be on the Orthodox archive too. Yep. Jacob Clemens says, this is stated by the fact that bishops and clergy alike have reiterated lay-level communion. Once again, lay-level communion doesn't exist. You are in communion under your bishop or you are not. That is it. Orthodox says, oh, LOL, my bad. We are now 5 minutes away from closing up shop. So let's just take a look here, unless there's suddenly like a miracle donation, and I'm watching, I'm hoping, but let me see. Romagata says MP Kirill is deposed, that he can repent and correct what must be prayed for. He's not deposed. Who deposed him? Who deposed?
Are you talking about Archbishop Kirill or?
Yeah, no idea. Okay.
I don't know.
And Little Big Fish Big Mountain has put up the Russian and English versions of quotes from Kirill saying, the World Council of Churches is for us a common home, and the fact that the Orthodox perceive it as their home and want that this be the home, be the cradle of the coming future united church. Jacob Clemens says, you don't know how church ecclesiology works clearly. Okay, sure.
Apparently you don't.
Yeah, you're clueless.
Look in the mirror, buddy.
You've kind of come in our chat a few times, and you say the same ridiculous things over and over.
I would actually encourage you. I'm going to say something nice. I encourage you to actually look up and learn about Orthodox ecclesiology, because what you are stating is papist ecclesiology.
Yeah, you're talking.
We're not making the distinctions that you're making, like lay communion versus clerical communion.
Look. Yeah, here's the thing. Latin Boy says there's a lecture on Saint Chrysostomus of Florina on the Saint Photius YouTube channel. I thought they heard the NEC and the GIC are waiting for an ecumenical council. Until then, the World Orthodox are schismatics. They're not just schismatics. They're they're kind of heretical. So I mean, I don't know why they'd be so charitable as to say they're only schismatics when they're flat out heretics a lot of the time. Ortho Joe says y'all should set up a debate. Oh, I don't think he will. There's his response. You've made non-arguments this entire time. Okay,
there's a link right there.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with setting up
a debate. The whole 4 hours.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He's been there. He comes on our chat a lot in the past couple of months, and he says these things over and over. And we've asked him to come on, and he doesn't come on. So, in all honesty, I don't think he wants to debate. He just wants to undermine from the chat, and he's doing a terrible job.
Then you can skip over when you're reading, Father. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, Ortho John says, now Reconquista Orthodox says, eating some goy slop this Sunday. Okay, well, it's going to be pretty sure it's going to be one of the last Sundays to do it. We are getting into the Triodian period, so. St. Orthophodius Seminary YouTube channel. Sorry, no, I understood. That's the only St. Orthophodius channel I can think of online. Yeah, but yeah, we're final 3 minutes. So basically. Let's see. Little Fish Big Mountain that says, I think there's some chair of church authority that can be hijacked by heretics to rule the church now and can hold a council to vindicate themselves or something. The fact that they think these things in terms of a chair of church authority tells you exactly how they're thinking.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah. Jacob Clemens says, papist ecclesiology is because your ecclesiology because you believe in an infinite regress, and if a bishop is communion with a heretic, bishop is in communion with nonsense. No, we believe that heretics are heretics and the church is the church. Simple. And the church doesn't require the buildings. There's no chair. There's bishops. And those bishops come together, form a synod, and do their job. And that's the way we live. John Somalian says, Road Jacob is literally defending the MP on the Sunday of the New Martyrs. Wow. Good point.
Yeah, good point.
Wow, that's a deep point. That's wild when you think about it.
He'll figure it out. Once he stays with them long enough, he'll learn.
Oh, Jacob said they are graceless. Okay. The New Martyrs are graceless. Good to hear.
He's totally Moscow.
Yeah, he's cooked. He is cooked. Oh my God, it says to declare all world Orthodox new calendars for grace, there's no mysteries, a huge judgment on a lot of people. On the Episcopal synods, and they know what they need to do. They need to find true bishops, and we're all over the place.
Well, some of them are. I mean, I'll give you some credit. There's some ignorance to it, but once they find out,
yeah,
you have to make a choice.
Latin Boy says the ecclesiastical legacy of Saint Chrysostom, the new confessor, is the title of the lecture. I hope you can watch it so you can comment on it. I'm sure it'll be pretty good. They usually put up good stuff. I don't think it's going to be something shocking.
Yeah, I've already listened to it.
Orthodox Justice and Go Arch with a laughing face. Christos Cresa says John Somalian, he's a keyboard Bolshevik. Well, that's a great way to close out the show. Roman says no, he does not say
a keyboard surgeonist. Let's get it right.
Stop switching Jacob's words. And so Jacob Clemens says, unironically, automatic excommunication is a papist doctrine. Also, okay, so that's funny. So you think Canon 15 is the First Second Synod is papism? I give up. We are now at 10:50. It is over, and unfortunately, we did not make the number we needed, so we have to play the sound.
Losing, especially if you're a keyboard surgeonist.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you to everyone. To our we have to Father Boniface, to Reader John, who are always helpful here. To our listeners, to those who asked questions and had comments, of which there were many. Thank you so much. And for those who support our mission, support the channel. We at NFTU need your help. Support us by subscribing or donating at nftu.net on Give, Send, Go. We remember all of you in our prayers, and thank you for all the support for NFTU. And as always, don't forget to like and subscribe. Okay.
You're blessed.
All right. MP is paying Jacob $7,000 per post. That was pretty funny. Yeah. All right. You all have a good night. Thank you. God bless you. Good night and God bless.